First I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I. I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم المستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب،
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
The Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition kicks off with day number 2 up and on the cards. Valorant today, Counter-Strike 2 yesterday. Arguably the better of two first-person shooters. Depends on who you ask, I suppose. I'm Time Delight. Joining alongside me here is Ramon for our second day of action, and a new game of action as well, Ramon. Valorant, our second title of the weekend.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same thing, except in here you have a lot more to dodge, a lot more to shoot, and a lot more to kick off. As we head on into our single elimination bracket, yet again, it is 4 teams duking it out to become the best team in the SWAT edition of our Dubai Police Esports Tournament. We have Team Oyun versus Pip the Path starting off our first game. They are, I wouldn't say newcomers, they're definitely the veterans coming back into the scene. They're going to be reuniting in the bracket. They didn't meet each other in the last Dubai Police Esports Tournament, so it's going to be a huge surprise coming into this next round of games. Shaheen P and Team Phenos later on during the day, and that'll be one heck of a score to see settled into our second game of the day, since we haven't really seen much about those second game players. But now, for what we're going to be seeing right now, it is going to be one heck of a spoiler, since Team Oyun have already shown their prowess last time that we've seen them perform. And you can say the same for Fit the Path, and they're looking to make a splash right here. They already did yesterday, and, well, they're going to be doing it right now as well.
Yeah, and just a cursory glance, it is 2 semifinals into the grand finals. We will have about set scheduling, maybe a little bit of a rolling schedules depending on how long possibly our games take. It's best of 3s across the board, including grand finals later on. And for all of you who are watching this outside of Dubai, or we'll say the Middle East as a whole, or even Europe at this point, good morning, I guess. It's early, or in your case, good afternoon. I think you're the only one around this broadcast where it's PM.
Yeah, it's like 2:24 p.m. on my side right now, and
12:24 a.m.
We're literally on the other side of each other's worlds, and that's how fun it would be, right? It's inclusive. Yeah. The broadcast itself just is inclusive.
Hey, I mean, if you are as sad as we are to be as far away from one another as we are, don't forget, take a look at ESAD, a sponsor of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition, making sure we can bring these broadcasts to you alongside XFX and BenQ by Zoe. I gotta say, or Zoe by BenQ, my apologies, the other way around. As we take a look at this specific match, though, our first of 2 semifinals, we also have to figure out where we are headed in this best of 3.
Comes to like the favorites picking it on, and I believe it was Pip the Path who picked it up. So Pip the Path already had a lot of comfort picking up that map. That was one of the maps that they got really good wins on. Bind, also a map that is very comfortable in the eyes of Pip the Path, so they're not going to be hesitating to pick that up, especially with the dangerous Brimstone that they've had in the previous tournament. They're going to be looking to strike back here with the double controller comp possibly, and that Bind map, since that was the team comp that they were putting on last time. And with the Decider map load as well, lots of changes as well. If you consider like how wide the map is now compared to usual, the sites are a lot bigger. That means a lot more corners to check. And that's something that they need to consider heading into that Decider once we actually get into that business.
Yeah, and that's assuming, of course, we get to the Decider. Again, best of 3, first 2, so we may not even need our third map of Lotus. I saw Lotus over on Friday night, which was only like 36 hours ago for me. But or actually, not even that, like 30 hours ago for me. I hate time. But looking at Lotus as a possible third, I'm a little concerned for both teams, considering you have not only Split to start, but Bind to follow. Doesn't seem like that Lotus favoring in terms of compositions may be there, but Split to start. Let's go in chronological order here, because at least we know Split will be our first map. Bind, of course, will be played second, but we can get to that when it will be played. Split, I haven't seen it since the update around Sky, so something to be concerned about if you are looking at agent selection. I'm also wondering, moving forward into this map, what do you see as changes? Because I saw Bind on Friday night as well. Sky was still played. Similar on Lotus. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case here as well.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that agent be played anywhere else other than if the team has comfortability on that. I think because of the changes made on Lotus, you'll be seeing a lot more recon agents. A Fade has been played on in competitive for a bunch of times now after the Lotus changes. I think Asova should also be considered since there are a lot of quarters to be checked on here. You're thinking about A main control, you have to think about the box being put down there. Plus, there's a corner back on C when you're pushing C main. You have to consider both left and right. So lots of 50-50 angles that you have to check. So what does fix that problem at that? What I'm looking at here is both Pip the Pap and Oyun actually share a very similar situation now. If you look at the results of the last Dubai Police Esports tournament, they're going to be happy because Team Falcons aren't playing in this tournament at all. And they were both eliminated by that same team. So, you know, maybe a big shot for both Pip the Pap and Oyun if they win this semifinals right now. But both are very formidable at how they have been handling their individual prowess, right? There's no underlying team play strength I'm seeing right here. All of both Pip the Pap and Oyun have one thing in common. It's all about aim. And sometimes the aims is more than enough if that can compensate more for your lack of chemistry in terms of how you approach the game.
I'm also looking for how teams open up. One thing I love to do as we go into games is talk about pistol rounds and agent composition / individual agent picks because of the stats that are available widespread. By the way, shout out to a couple different websites that allow me to bring this information. The spike.gg is the main one I use for most of my agent stats. So if you happen to be curious as to what a lot of teams are running, you can go head over there as well. I usually give them that information just because I can. Here's your agent selection. We've already run it straight through. Oyun starting off on the attacking side, Pip the Path over on the defense, and Omen mirrored, Raze mirrored, Sky mirrored, Sage not going to be, nor will the Cypher and Jet. So it's a double controller versus a double controller and double duelist versus just the double sentinel. That's a very widespread decision.
Yeah, and you know, you're thinking about what you lost when it comes to like you having those quad setups here. You don't have the sentinel, so you don't have the strongest defensive setup when it comes to like holding the B mains, your heavens. That's giving Team Oyun the biggest strength of it all. The double dueling, or actually, this pushing composition that they got here over at the Heaven, where they already flooded on towards Azzy, who only takes care of one with Mind retweeting around with a double kill in hand.
2P is an important one. Spike will be planted, retake now required, and it will be a split one. There's still a trip on that flank, so something to be concerned about as soon as that trip goes down, which it just did. The Cypher and now the Sage will both keep a general eye on main, while the other two, including BX, from down below, will hold the Heaven position. How quickly do they walk out? As soon as the smoke drops, they will start to run 1-1, make it 2, as it drops to a 1 versus 1. Zesty going for it. There goes the Roomba. The paint shell as well. They don't need either. It's a headshot to flick. Will they have the time? It does seem to be the case. Pip the Path, barely, albeit in a very odd way, win the pistol.
Yeah, and no way by means they needed the split push in time. They just needed full Heaven control and shoot the guns over towards the pillar position, right? Zest in a very comfortable position to take those 3 kills plus the ult orb. It means that he is halfway across using the showstopper very early on into this half. Plus, gotta mention as well, the double dive comp coming in for Pip the Pap will benefit the cause since they have always been the type of team that wants to get the fights very early on. So they do in fact get the benefit of giving the Raze a lot of those orbs, plus giving a lot of kills over to one of your entry duelists is very much a confidence boost. Now they can keep getting the fights. Now they can keep spreading out whenever they want to get map control.
Interestingly, because I didn't have the time to talk about at least the agent selection, this composition for Oyun only run about 2% of the time in the grand scheme of things, albeit the top 3 combined for about 36% or so. Something to keep in mind. The less common pick thus far has not gone at least as well, but on the other side, albeit Pip the Path's decision isn't nearly as common whatsoever. They're third, if I'm doing my math correctly. Yeah, they're about third. Swap out the Omen for an Astra, and you got a third most common. So close enough, I'll say. Pistol rounds as well, and with Piff the Path winning it off the rip, they've looked fairly good to kick things away. Defense wins the pistol about 51% of the time. That will carry over here, and they convert 81% of the time, and they will do so here. It's just a matter of how much effort to get this done. There's the swing, there's the kill. Piff the Path go up 2-0 early.
Not much to lose too. They keep most of their guns in check. They also keep another sheriff in hand, so the Jet's not gonna mind picking up the sheriff into this next coming round. His mobility being king in our first 2 rounds on the board, while Team Oyun strike back in their buy round this time around. A full A main control, plus a rush towards the 3-stack coming up from Piff the Path. And Zest on a killing spree so far. 5-0 to start off their first half campaign, and they're able to hold off the push on towards a main, possibly a heaven control. Then it's gonna spell disaster for their side. They already have ramp control after they put down the cage, so they don't know about where they're gonna be coming from in the initial push. A good idea. Flick is readying up the wall if ever that they want to deny at least the ramp passage, but they're just gonna use this time to play passive, see if they can get info, and look to push on as they see 3 inside of the A site.
Oh, nice paint shells early. 1 for 1, 2 for 1 now in favor of Oyun. The weaponry helping them, but by no means are they out of the woods just yet. Sigmunder has found 3 kills in it, but they've given over a rifle and some time. There's still a very viable way back into this round for Piff the Path, but the problem will be taking care of the on-site presence. All 3 members within about 10 square meters of one another, and it seems like Piff the Path going for something similar. Collective play, as they have the lesser weaponry. It is just a Spectre for Cyrus as they start to walk in. They need an opening kill before they fall, if they fall at all, if they want to have a shot at this. Good paranoia, they'll walk in, take full advantage of the near site, and go 1 for 1. Now Pesty, 1 versus 2, needs to split for both players, can't even find the first. Flick does just that for 2. And Team Oyun are on the board.
Oh man, one of the original members of OU and finally pick up the pieces, salvaging what is left from the round, although it was not perfect. It's not something that they, you could say, something that a bonus round should be looking when you have all the rifles in the world. No, they just keep the 2 guns in check. You do still have the, well, you don't have the ultimate, so I'm looking at the other side of the board. But, so, and I don't think that's the best round to come forward, but at least a round prior. Round regardless that they needed so far. 2-1. They start off with a very aggressive push onto the A main position in the prior round. Now they want to take B main control with as much split push over to the mid side as well. Overlooking Cyrus. Filipino anchor holding up his nerve. Peeks on to 3. That is a huge mistake that they do have to consider. And Sigmunder, an early up shot using the ultimate. Already finding Zest here. Pesty with another beautiful shot through from the Vandal as well in the 4 versus 3. They got B site. They're looking to strike back with a retake scenario for that.
Resurrection though. Make it a 4 versus 4. Make it a, hold up. Wait, no, a 5 versus 3. I was looking the wrong direction. I was very confused for a second, but Piff the Path will be even further down, and that lost bonus round ends up coming back to bite them in back-to-back endeavors. Back will find a follow-up, and Oyun tie us up at 2 apiece. The full rifle round goes their way, and Piff the Path, as soon as Oyun picks up better weaponry, they start to have some difficulties on that defensive side.
Ooh, that's gonna bite you up. Just the one updraft that you're gonna be dealing with as Jet. Just using that in the pre-round, not gonna be a good look. But anyway, since it is just their pistol round, it's not gonna be hurting them as much if they were on the buy round. Thinking about it, he's not going to be able to get back up on that double box over at B main. He's not going to use an off angle over at the tall box inside of B as well. So no off angles, just guns a-blazing when you're the Jet here over at B main, just controlling the extremity, while you also have access to the over at that B side control. While everybody on Team Oyun is looking to strike back onto the A side extremity, leaving the sky all on his lonesome to see, get info on what is to come over at that A site push.
disengage play. You hear the dog, but no extra information past that is the problem. Pilotable utility is extremely useful. That's why you see Sova and Sky, the two most picked initiators, outside of maybe a KO. That's only on really one map. The opposing side won't find a heck of a lot with this. They will clear the corner, which will be looked at. Nice opening. That's Milpo with the first. And player advantage, even with the weapon disadvantage, and you have the Blade Storm available. This is not a done round by any means. Maybe it is.
Yeah, well, Paranoia on top too, so this could possibly be a done deal. Unless Milpo can pick up the pieces. A triple, a 4K, one more on top of this. Azzy, 5 HP, a nightmare to deal with. As the wall is putting up one heck of a defense. Sigmunder, the smartest man in the room, just rotating back onto the elbow, and already with a health advantage, he misses the shots, but at least he's still alive. Could stick up the half, and he goes for the wide swing. A triple for Sigmunder, almost whiffing the timing on that one.
You say something? Sorry.
I think they survive at the end of the day too. Sigmunder, too close for comfort if you're Oyun there, but Piff the Path, you are more than happy with that round. Yeah, you wish you won it at the end of the day. I'm a little surprised that we didn't just see a sprint forward without any wasted time, but it does just come down to the aforementioned timing, as he probably could have had it should they have gone for the kill, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, they do not. Oyun take the lead, and more importantly, they now build a little bit of a rhythm. That round, not clean by any means, but at least they got the benefit of their Raze staying alive at the end of it.
Gun into Team Oyun's side into this next round is also pretty crucial, since it's also building up a lot of bank. It's building up a lot of money into the next coming round, so they have a bit of a safety net even if they lose this next round, so they can afford a few more risks, a few more open space up to the mid side, but it's also halted because of the Viper's Pit. Interestingly, you don't really usually do that onto the mid side. You want that on the extremity, so they're losing out on mid control. Forward positioning is also halted since you don't want to push outside of that Viper's Pit.
So, Sigmunder with the rotation. Seems like everybody trying to dedicate over towards this B side. I don't hate this, actually. You don't have any opportunity of picking up either Heaven nor Vents control. It's probably easier to split, or just full push B than it is to attempt a split of A without the opportunity to go for the full split. The problem is with these Seekers now going through, all the information's available for this Piff the Path defense should they need it. Spike should be able to go down fairly safely. Those Seekers have become fairly null and void. Attempted Showstopper does very little except for damage at the end of the day, and a flurry of frags back and forth pinstripe the kill feed, but it leaves just Pesty in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first as he drops with the Operator, switches off to the Vandal, which he'll have to reload if he wants to find both players with only 6 bullets left in the magazine. And time now becomes the essence. No updraft, and more importantly, no tailwind available, no get out of jail free card, somehow flicks onto Sigmunder. Flick, however, lucky to be alive, and will put Oyun up 2.
And what a flurry of frags as they have been holding up the defense over at B. The problem is, though, they can't let Pesty be the one who takes the forward position because, yeah, the Operator, as fast as flurry as it was for Team Oyun to push onto the site, that B main rush and possibly that pillar control comboed up by how aggressive they were on the duelist over at that B Heaven strike was beautifully well done as well. You know, just leaving Pesty all alone with that Operator is not the best of cases for the side of Pip the Path. Lucky enough to get that flick on, but not lucky enough to get the second frag lineup. So, you know, 4-2 starts off on the attack really well on their side. They made a lot of noise holding up on that ram in position, just to keep everybody in check, just to keep everybody hold up on mid, see if they can get the pick off if they are rotating back on B Heaven. But unbeknownst to them, A main is where they're all swarming up and priming up for what is a very aggressive take over at that A site. Beautiful shots from Pesty and through the smoke as well. Gets the share frag while, again, the Cypher take matters into his own hands. It is another neural theft, and that will give all the information in the world for the attack. Mind pushing aggressively, might get paranoia on the map, and he does get sprayed on by the stinger of 3v4, where the attack actually is not going to get the best of sorts.
They have a resurrection available on Oyun, but unfortunately the Sage can't get to either Heaven nor A main to pick up a fallen comrade. Again, weapon disadvantage for Fifth the Path, but still an opportunity for them to take the round, as Cyrus will follow up onto back. There's Flick for one, dropping Milpa as they drop, but cannot find anything more, and it's now Isol in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first, needs to drop for a second as they go for it. Low HP for both players, but a one tap from Cyrus will close it. A thrifty round for Fifth the Path, and finally back on the board after their disengagement for 4 straight.
Yeah, Heaven control being controlled by the lurker is something that's very common on the attack, but if it's not planted for you, then that kind of devalues the Heaven control that you've been putting up for yourself. Usually, if you want to be pushed up like that, that's empowered by the open plant that's been pushed up on the tall box, but it wasn't planted for him, so he didn't have the best opportunity to stop them from defusing the spike. And a very aggressive timing as well from Team Oyun, just punished because of the over-rotation. Pip the Path gets the 3rd round on the board. The duelists are doing a lot of work yet again, and Zest has to pick up the pieces. He wants to take the fights head-on against Team Oyun. Back again on mid, controlling the pace, seeing if he can get the timing back on the Sky. The counterpart already destroying the Trailblazer, but hearing another does make Zest hesitate. ST again, operator shot, opened up with the angle, doesn't hit the op, and has to go back away, knowing that the safety of his teammates is enough to compensate for the lop shot.
Jack ends up dying there. 1-for-1 attempted. Pesty there with the operator. Nice swing from mine, though, finds 2. And Flick will take site control with him. Heaven should be occupied and is, but only for the time being, as Sigmunder will take out their doppelganger Zest and Milpa in a 1 versus 3. Not a great position for them to be in. No Poison Cloud, no Toxic Serene available either. They do find a 1-tap on the Mind. Opportunity for a second, but Mind now gets resurrected as they do. Both players swing. What a bait of your fallen comrade. I suppose that's one way to use an ultimate. Finds you a certain kill in the round after.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm seeing like a solo queue game where, well, actually a duo queue where you use your duo to resurrect up and then you swing off of this, except the other teammate actually has the same brain cell as you. Swinging off of your resurrection. And, you know, there's a risk of them losing both fights, but in the end, they actually had precision in the making as well.
Yeah. Weird. But a round that goes Oyun's way anyway. I think they would have picked it up regardless of that attempt, but it was a little fun to see the, we'll say, different use of the guiding, or sorry, not the guiding light that was just thrown through, the resurrection. But now with Oyun, where do they go from here? They have split A, they've split B, they've gone for direct takes of each side as well. Now, an A split seems more than likely. Severe lack of mid control for Fifth the Path here. I'm questioning where the heck they've gone. They just don't have the control. Isol finds the 1, and just like that, Milpa is in a 1 versus 5 on the site itself. They will be lucky to survive the next 10 seconds or so. And I don't know if they're going to be... Oh my goodness, what a shot. That's a good start. Now just back away. Great.
Yeah, that's more than enough. That's okay for them. They're going to be happy with a 4 versus 4 any day of the week. Get Heaven control as fast as possible since they're all holed up onto A. The only point of contention that they could possibly have is the guy on Flower Box, and I don't think mine is in the best position to do so. Sigmunder, good shot from the op, and this alone opens the window for them. Pesty with another shot through from the Blade Storm, and Showstopper online. Beautifully done onto Cyrus. 1v1, duelist v duelist. Pesty still having the Blade Storm activated and using the rifle. Does not land him the shot. It is a 3k for Sigmunder. Picking up the operator yet again. Does give them the 6th round and another to contest in their T-sided rounds.
I'm no mathematologist, but that is yet another multi-frag round for Sigmunder. They're second at a bare minimum, and counting 3Ks alone. You put in 2 pieces in there, and I'm pretty sure they've cursed the 6 round mark. This is a scary subject now for Piff the Path, and they understand that. I like the decision here to call a timeout. You're still in a decent scenario. You can see all their buy. It will be everybody with a rifle, or just about, for the defensive side. So they're calling a timeout into a round where they can purchase, which is a very big pet peeve where teams call a timeout into a round where they have to eco. It just makes no sense. Here, they're in the right spot.
Because they still have the buys too. And yeah, I would say they still had like a 50-50 round in that 1v1. It was just unfortunate because that wraparound resulted in a wide swing from the Rays and actually from the Jet. So it wasn't really the best case scenario for him after the Beacon being back on the pillar position. I think the trade-offs just wasn't calling in for Team Oyun side. So We're gonna have to think about the next one. If the Path have to reconvert back on this very pivotal buy round, which if Team Oyun get this, then well, they're not gonna be in the best spots too. Even if it was like a really close round, they could possibly have their money not in check. I have to think about this since they also have a Sigmunder on the operator, punishing possibly the B main push, but it's not gonna be a peak, not even a whiff, not even anything. Not even attempting at anything at all from B main. And Pip the Path decide that they want to take a passive approach over at B. The extremities have nobody in sight. It's always on mid where they have somebody to hit the shot. Sigmunder punishing Cyrus with the jump peaks. He wanted info and he got an operator bullet to the face.
Honestly, what I find hilarious, it's Piff the Path having a any percent, how many times can we be objectively wrong in stacking a position run. They stack mid in a time where Oyun just sends it straight onto B. They stack B where Oyun splits A basically entirely through mid. And now it's just costing you round after round. That'll be a 7th on the board for Oyun. They are starting to tally up the numbers, and they should be able to save a couple of these guns. Will Isolid be able to find these kills, though? They'll drop, have no idea there's two people watching them, and be like, oh wait, that's a jump scare. Now, I think both players will save past that. Yeah, they will. Oyun does have the economy, but it won't matter at the end of the day.
No, not gonna matter at all. I think I don't know if the Cypher actually heard him. I don't think ISO was in the range.
No idea.
Here,
had no idea.
The rope as well. No,
well,
I don't
mean, even then,
so.
he just walked down the rope, so it wouldn't have made a sound cue anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, I don't think they would have heard like anything. I don't think he was in range to like hear the rage jumping down on vents. I don't think he heard the sky jumping down on. At the end of the day, again, that goes back to your point. They've been aggressively taking the sites or the pushes where they don't really go about with fighting the enemy head on. They don't see anybody around mid. They try to go back towards ramp control back on one of the previous rounds. Now they're just stacking up again on the passive position since they don't have the best economy moving forward. It is 7 for Pip the Path as they are again back on the defense and layering up, giving B main without that much pressure. Something the Team Oyun have been thriving off of and pushing out without that much hesitation as of late. Sigmunder hasn't been punished with the operator. It doesn't need to be that close, not too aggressive since they also have another duelist opening up the site for themselves. And it's okay for them to hold off for the meantime since they're the ones who are being given the space anyway. Look at how much extremities they are getting for free so far in this round, especially since they only had pistols to work with, and Team Oyun are back on this 5 versus 5 where they're always going to be holding on for the long angles.
Watch for the Cypher. This mid lurk has been playing for a while, and not a single sound cue has come of it. Isolid may be being watched as they walk in, but they could find the timing. 3 players sitting inside the smoke. The sound cue of utility. That should trigger them to walk forward, and 3 players looking the wrong direction. Here's the Hellfire from above. They'll find 2 with it. They'll actually have help in the same process. And Oyun go up 8-3 off a masterclass of a B site take, and honestly, nobody was there anyway with utility to do anything with. But nice play from Isolid.
Yeah, just it's a beautifully transferred double kill as well. Just add that to the highlight reel. Beautiful timing, and just something to consider. Pip the Path weren't also even considering about the mid push anymore by that point. So just the free passage, the smoke from Mind as well, kind of holding up to the cause. ISO just had the best timing in the world here. Wasn't given that much effort to do so anyway, so quickly done. ISO back on holding up the A main extremity. Pesty gets shots through over from the jet, and they already start off well. What can they do after that pressure? This 4 versus 5 won't mean anything if they give the space up yet again to the B side.
Spike will be planted, and player disadvantage for Oyun. They do not have the resurrection, nor are they anywhere near the Cypher, so it wouldn't matter. From the Shadow is going to be used towards sewers. They're going to try and set up an artificial flank this time around. Raze is seen while dropping, but the Omen still hasn't made any noise. It comes down to timing. There's one. Second for Milpa. Mind on the flank. Their position has been duly noted, and they're alone in the process. There's no way to win this. It is feasibly impossible, and Cyrus will make it a complete null and void point. Pip the Path, an 8-4 half loss, but they at least bring something back.
Love the call from the retake here. After they noted the ultimate out from the Omen, they decide to press on since it was a 4v4. If you factor the Omen out in that retake, they pushed on knowing that they can handle the angle set up, and they got right around 5 seconds where they just used that time while the Omen was not in action anyway. So they used that to clear default. They got the people on backside. Plus, they never even needed to use the flash anyway, because they didn't even need the time to do so. They just wanted to go guns blazing. Milpa holding up 12 frags in total for their attack, and well, back on their defense was where he showed a lot of prowess in those coming rounds. So 4-8 to start off their second half. They're the ones on the attack right here. And some people say that Split is an attacker-sided map. Do you agree with this?
I don't know. I mean, obviously there's like the 50-50 you have, but my question really is where you split. Okay, I'm okay with this actually. You show a decent bit of presence mid, force the pressure to mount for Oyun and make him watch it. And just like that, Pip the Path are going a different direction. I like it. That's a nice little bait and switch.
Yeah, because they could get Heaven control. They could go to vents and, have Heaven as your end game. That's beautifully done, and especially since they are forcing Mine to be the ones to take the initiative now. It is the dash in, and Milpa will take the cost for himself. Another for Azzy. This is beautifully done for their Heaven execute. That kind of translates into their A Heaven push. Team Oyun, they're played like a fiddle, starting on mid, plus a lot of aggressive pushes over at A Heaven, resulting in them being the ones who take the push.
Player standing.
Oh, spray 1-for-1. Isolate 1 versus 3 here. Finds the timing. Spike is still planted. They have the positional advantage to play off of, but the 1v1 ends up going against them in the trade potential. Valiant effort, but not to be. The attacking side takes the pistol, but remember, Piff the Path won the pistol in the first half, and won very little afterwards.
Yeah, not much, Going off of history, they could be losing out on the next buy round for Team Oyun, but that is if they are given the space to do so. And this is interesting. Sigmunder back on the Bucky. This is a new player, a newcomer on the squad, by the way, for Team Oyun, and he's already showing a lot of promise into this game in particular, showing that he is the one to dominate this game so far, but they have to bounce back after a lackluster pistol round on their defense, since they're letting Piff the Path take the space for themselves and in their time. If they could try to neutralize the threat of this Bucky up from Sigmunder, then that's already half of the effort gone away from the defensive side.
SD trying to get in quickly. If you can catch Oyun out with that lesser weaponry, maybe you have the better opportunity. But remember, Sheriff is better at longer range than the Spectre unless you're able to hit repeatable shots while tap firing, I suppose. But the Path at this point, though, seem to be a little bit more patient, wanting to collectivize themselves, and objectively the correct call. Where do they head from here? A seems to be the call in back-to-back rounds, but the rotation is coming from Oyun. And as that toxic screen goes up, this could be a quick rotation that spells a deadly demise for Piff the Path should they not find openings.
Double setup well over at main, so they need to be careful about this. Paranoid out, and they had the idea. Sigmunder, beautiful entry, but Pessy's just gonna pick it up. 3 kills in hand for the Spectre. Beautifully done, just to convert again back on their buy round. And it's as similar as that from how they handled their first 2 pistols. Just, beautifully good timings. Plus, they also had the idea of controlling main, which, kind of helps the cause a lot more, since they have to deal with main before they go to the site itself. And if they don't handle main, then they're gonna have a lot to deal with. They have the post plans from the Viper, and they also have a Paranoia as well.
It was about this point in the first half where things fell apart for Piff the Path. They won the pistol, they won the conversion. On paper, in most Counter-Strike games, at least in MR12, you win the pistol, you win the conversion, you're scheduled to win about 78% of the time in regulation. In Valorant, it's about 72%. That really doesn't look like it could be the case, but a good opening pick, converted off of decent utility usage, does spell a good opening, but Sigmunder, good refrag onto Zest, completely turns that tide back the other way. And it is weaponry advantage for Team Oyun, considering this is their buy round and Piff the Path's bonus, as Piff the Path did not reinvest after the previous.
I just want to appreciate the amount of time that he invested into rushing down mid, holding W, and once he got the target that he wanted, he just updrafted inside of the vents. I mean, Shorty in hand was the best weapon for the job in that scenario. Landed him a perfect upgrade into the mix, and Pesty is just gonna do Pesty things. A second frag goes back towards safety, and that is a sign for what's to come. They do not want to push down B main because they already pulled 2 of those people from Team Oyun to hold up that B main extremity, while you got the Viper who's lurking in the shadows, who's already calling for his teammates to rotate on to overwhelm the Cypher. Since the Heaven push is not the most invested for the side of Team Oyun, they do get Cyrus over at that B site, but they need to deal with the Cypher this time around.
Swing. The Cypher had a camera set up inside of Heaven that could see all the way through a main, so they knew when to activate their utility. Isolated, genius setup, and very layered as well. Could see Heaven, could see main, could even see his own traps if he needed to. And that's the call for Oyun. Play around utility, swing off the back of baited utility. And it works. Isolated finds a 2-piece, Sigmunder with 3, and Oyun deny the bonus in back-to-back halves.
I like this call though. They're pinging and they want revenge against Isolate, who was playing around his own tripwires, who also had sole control over A and A Heaven control just from his camera alone. So sometimes the guns aren't enough. Sometimes you let your utility speak for you, and then it will bounce back through Isolate yet again, showing presence, making his mark over at A just from the shots on the Vandal. But you know, because of that wall, they are pushing down, and you know that they want A Heaven so bad. Sigmunder early shots from that paint shell, but does bounce back through over at Heaven. Has to be careful about his next fight, and he does get one, but Milpa's good for one as well. Milpa has to be careful though. He does have a lot of sustain back through. 4 versus 4 as they also attempted ramp, but they pushed too far. They had to trade out one.
Same setup. Oh, that even sees the feet? I didn't even see that. Does the camera get seen by the Trailblazer? It does. So the information removed for the Cypher becomes at least a little bit more difficult and will force 2 rotators over. You can see at the top of your map. But the difference maker here, you still have your traps, and with the Sage in Heaven, you will have an extra line of defense should it be required. Who was caught out by the utility first? That's the real question. Util will be dedicated towards the backside of the site, as no trap wires catch anybody whatsoever. Isolated swung, finds one, and that's it. Has some help from screens, but the Sage, a little patient, too patient for their own good, cannot find the frag.
Love the patient play out for Flip the Path, knowing that they don't need to rush on, just wait for time, see if they can find the tripwires before they rush onto the site. Surprising the Cypher, and well, Flick, he's the one who opens up, but it's Azzy that wins the fight anyways. 3v3 as Milpa holding a flower box, 69 HP and a dream. Azzy, beautiful timing on the swing. Milpa also follows with another for the side of Pip the Path, and the beautiful defense of the spike landed another uncomfortable position for Team Oyun. They needed to be the ones to open up, but now they're not able to convert since Flick already was that far forward in towards the elbow position and didn't win the fight.
With the coordination turning into 2 there, you don't swing that together, you probably don't end up winning the round. It would have been an immediate 1-for-1 on both sides, and Oyun would have probably taken things. But you make sure you remove the possibility of if, ands, or buts, and you limit your mistakes at the end of the day. Pip the Path, now on the attacking side, Blade Storm popped, and immediately so. But not so much of an advantage, at least compared to what you'd think about. Keep this in mind, as Oyun still have rifles nearly across the board. There's a showstopper. It does 0 damage. Wow.
It did more damage to himself than his enemies. Think about that.
I think he got shot, so I don't know if he did damage to himself, but he still did 0 damage to his enemies. That's still gross.
That's
8-point ultimate, by the way.
He can get a multi-frag, then maybe he can compensate for it. Back though, didn't need to chill. He just had to play on through, and Flick does land a shot on the jumping Pesty. Mine didn't have time to put his gun out, so he's gonna get blinded off the face of the earth. The Seeker is accompanying the cause, and Zest zeking with, peeking with that much consistency into the 3 versus 4, and Sigmunder has already started the flank. Lo and behold, they don't have the flank watch, so Cyrus is peeking into the loving arms of Sigmunder, who gets a 2k for his troubles. Another 1 versus 2 that results in Isolid winning the fight against Azzy. That is a comfortable retake for Team Oyun. Not the start that you were looking for out from the showstopper, but they'll take it. They'll take the double digits.
Yeah, they'll follow up with more than a good site hold and then consecutive site retake in the same round. Sigmunder has been the difference maker, though. Look at everybody. Everybody's about even. Isolid has Milpa, Flick has Azzy, Mind is dead even with Zest, and Cyrus is 3 kills above back. But Sigmunder is a full touchdown ahead of Pesty. For all of you non-Americans, that's 7 points. Technically 6 with an extra point, but you get the idea. It's an American football reference. He's far ahead.
He is a level above the competition this time around, so you have to be looking forward to where he positions himself around male. That's where his opponents have to expect him throughout. Trailblazer out, and that actually could catch a glimpse on the judge in hand, but Flick, well, he reminds everybody that it's not the Sigmunder show all throughout. It has to be around the Sage this time around. So a smoke to help the cause. Vent being positioned up, and he pushes through the smoke as well as Sigmunder. He's catching names, he's catching enemies, but Kazi, well, he's full aware of what was to come, and he dodges away from death as they get a heaven control, calling the Omen to transport the spike on. And without that molly, well, Flick has to rotate back, not even waiting for the molly to dissipate.
My question is, where's the help for Oyun? Isolate is isolated. They made it to extend their name in the next few seconds. As he's walking in, Paranoia misses, but Isolate now has some support and a resurrection from his teammate. He may not even need it! Swings for all 3! Who needs teammates when you could solo your way to a round victory? 11 for Oyun.
Man, we've been questioning this because looking at the minimap, he was about to get sandwiched by 3 different players out for Pit the Path, but he said, all good, I got this. He has a tripwire behind him, so if he was gunning swing on the other side of the pillar, then he was gonna know when to swing off of that as well. So beautifully timed on the push over at elbow. Needing that screen's control was pivotal for them, so when they pushed out of it, that's when he decided to make his mark on the A site alone. 7-11. As convenient as ever for Team Oyun. They didn't need that much effort to make the push head on. Pesty is in a lot of trouble. He's opened up over at the 12 position.
Wow.
A double out for Isolid. Continuing where he means to go on with another for Sigmunder as well. Early 5 versus 2. That will be Team Oyun's 12th round. Unless Cyrus can make a miracle happen. But this frenzy and 11 HP might not even be enough for him as he gets swung on by Flick. A flawless victory for Team Oyun. 1 step closer to catching the split victory.
As a statement made as Oyun go up 5, map point fairly quickly, and more importantly, Piff the Path just do not have anything past pistol or conversion. Look at the scoreboard. The first 2 rounds of each half, that is 4 of 7 rounds they've won in the game. They won the first full rifle round when they had an objective advantage. And otherwise they needed 2 retakes on the defensive side, and that's it. That's the entirety of their victories. Oyun has won everything other than the pistols and conversions. Everything. Other than... But you get the idea.
Yeah. I mean, apart from those small blemishes that they've got with. And this is showing how to use the Viper Spit finally over at the extremity, but they also whipped out the showstopper. They already know that there's an operator as well.
But think about the 2 things. The Seekers were used early. I don't like this. The Seekers not used to play objectively. You don't have any help around them. They were thrown too quickly and you can't play around them. That's the issue. Isolid finds 1 through the smoke. A second casually so. But where's the call back the other way? Azzy with at least 1 making a statement in favor of Pit the Path. But down goes the Viper. In the 1 versus 3, she'll find nothing. And Oyun find everything to write home about. It will indeed be the 13-7 close. A statement made in both halves. Just don't play the pistol round. And you will take a fairly clean and easy series. Still a second map, but this one looks much better for Oyun out the gate.
See, at this point, you just forget about the pistol. If history speaks for itself, then both pistols don't matter that much when you have the buy rounds in check. So Team Oyun have shown a lot of promise in this first split map and against Pip the Path and how much they have been aggressing on, and a lot of their T sides, well, you know, it's not going to be the best case scenario for them. They have been winning out a lot of 50-50s. They have impactful frags head on. And speaking about rotation timings and how well they were defending, and I'm mentioning Isolate on this one. This guy is just cool, calm, and collected in a lot of these scenarios where he's been put on 1v2s, 1v3.
Yeah, and more importantly, my favorite part about that, at least all the way through, was Isolate played strong defense throughout. Yeah, of course, you had the opening kills from your Raze, your Duelist, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day at least, you had a clear and obvious advantage because you had a more concise Cypher. It was the Sentinel being the difference maker on the defensive side. On to bind the teleporters, at least for Pip the Path, they would hope would be time machines to move them to the past. Unfortunately, not so much the case. They'll have to win the second map if they want to avoid a sweep. Otherwise, we're headed to a fairly quick second semifinal. We'll find out where we're headed, whether it's map 3 or that second semifinal, after this break.
First I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
The Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition back and underway here with Valorant. Our first map, a fairly good one on both sides, but it was indeed Team Oyun to take it over the final hurdle. 13-7 the final score on Split, our first map. Bind still to come. It seems like Piff the Path are in a bind, pun intended, coming out of that first map.
I like that. I like that. That was a pretty good fun right there.
I got better ones down the line.
Nah, that's alright.
Just prepare.
You're warming up. You're warming up. You're getting comfortable.
Hey, maybe
where you are
so
right
we're
now.
Piff the Path.
Maybe since that is also their map pick, they have already shown like historically a very comfortable one to say the least. So Pip the Path could show this a little more differently. We get Cyrus back on the Brimstone, which I was talking about prior to the broadcast. He also is known to be the clutch master of the squad. So can the 14-year-old Filipino kid do his best to linger on into the series? We'll find out as we head on into the agent select, which, you know, the first time on the broadcast, we'll be looking at what the team has cooked up for ourselves. Pesty has had some success on the Yoru, and I've seen this in the last stage of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, so it's not going to be a surprise for me if he picks this back up. And this is looking like the same composition that they have been playing on for the past Dubai Police Esports Tournament. The only thing that is an anomaly is Milpa, because he's a very new player on the squad, and she has shown a lot of prowess back on this game.
My question mainly coming into things is, are we going to see the same differences in terms of overall composition-based compositions? I don't know. You're running double sentinel versus a double controller and double initiator in the opposing side. I gotta say, Oyun starting on the defense probably helps them here. Their defense basically looked about as good as their offense, just played a little bit less overall. They won fairly quickly on their defensive side. But running a Yoru on Bind. I saw Yoru on Lotus last week. I saw Yoru on Breeze a couple days ago. I don't know about a Yoru on Bind. I mean, you could play the teleporter game with the teleporters, but this is an interesting one. Unsurprisingly, Sky is still picked. On this map, a 97% pick rate. That's before the nerf, but still a 97% pick rate. I don't know about these comps.
I mean, you know, in hindsight, it kind of looks a little iffy for our side.
Yeah.
But what if I told you that Pesty, the last time that he picked Yoru, it was on the last stage of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, and he put up 14 frags in the first half of play. What if I told you that?
I would say you're crazy, but you're probably correct. No, I mean, okay, so upon further review, at least looking at overall compositions, running the Yoru here is not a bad call. I was kind of tunnel visioning on the Yoru, so they do not run anything else that's a part of this more common selection. Usually, Yorus run with a Sky, Viper, Raze, and Brimstone. That's not the case here. It's run with a Sky, Cypher, Raze and Brimstone. So not double controller, instead it's single controller, double duelist with a Sentinel and that Initiator. Both teams going to be running the Cypher, but instead of that Brimstone, surprisingly, Team Oyun runs the Sage. I can confidently say this is the only time that I think I have ever seen a Viper not run Unbind.
Right? Because what do you lose out if you don't pick Viper, right?
Correction, a Viper and a Brimstone.
Oh, yeah,
on
yeah.
both sides.
Double controllers is usually like the play here when you're playing on Bind. You just have a lot more smoke utility, a lot more strength in the post plant. Here we go. They go on the execute, and this is when they can thrive on this. It is the attacking Cypher, pick the path, and a shorty to play. Pesty. Not gonna hit the shots here. Mind just picking it up. Almost goes down to Zest and Zigmunder. I guess the second out for the squad. It's Azzy. Picks up another out for the team. A double from the Brimstone and isolate. He's isolated, but he is the only guy that they needed here.
Look at the low HP. 21 for AZ on the backside of the smoke. Flash through. Both shots missed, but back in a 1 versus 2 finds both frags they need. As he finds a 3-piece, and it's still not enough. Piff the Path will lose their first pistol round of the series. They went 2 for 2 on Split. That will not follow here on Bind as Oyun kick off well.
That is not the best place to start with if you are on Fifth the Path. Pesty hesitating to swing off of the contact that he has been given over at that U-Hop extremity. Just meant that Zest has to be the one to pick up the pieces for himself, right? They didn't have U-Hop control, and they weren't able to control that truck position. This is what was left of. If they had a Sage or not, they would have had the early wall up plus the spike plant over at A, but they had to fight out of their way to get control over the A short extremity, and they didn't even get that.
Combine that with the low HP, and Piff the Path just could not sustain that one. Milpa also can't break the wall here. I'm surprised Sage is playing A here. Usually if you're running a Sage, you want to combine that over towards B, a little bit more constricted. You can play the wall a little bit more, well, clean, I suppose. Outlaw going to be used. First time we're seeing that today. Outlaw was not played at all, surprisingly enough, back on Split, but Guiding Light goes through the teleporter and won't find a heck of a lot. Nice paint shells lobbed through. But Mind close range with a Bucky. You're running an Outlaw as well, which I think is the best second round gun in the game. And it's already got a kill. See? I love being right.
Yeah. I love to see it. You know, the newest gun to actually take effect in here, and it's in the best way to do so as well. Even in the third round, you can see a lot of damage inflicted from that gun alone. And they already know that there's a TP set up back on truck, so they have to be careful about this. He TPs and he dies. Mind, oh, he had the presence of mind here. Lopa and Azzy following with 2 chef shots that could dismantle the defense yet on, and another for Zest means that they have an open control over at default this time around.
There's no trap wire on a flank. Keep an eye on this. There's a flank being set up by the Cypher, and Zest seems to have no idea. They're dead, very much so. Isolate finds one, but the refrag is there. Milp in a 1 versus 1. Close range with back. They will miss the first shot. They predicted Cubby, and they adjusted wrong. Milpa 1v2, a clutch back for Piff the Path, and for the first time as well, a team does not convert the second round after the pistol.
Lots of firsts for us, you know. First pistol round.
I know,
for
I love it.
Oyun. They also lost their own conversion, which is not the best case scenario if you are on Team Oyun, because they had the game in hand. They had already a short control, default also being held up. They didn't have U-Haul yet again, which could have been another layer of defense that they had if they were able to control that part of the map, right? So another given round over to the side of Pip the Path. They steal away the Bulldog. They get themselves the full buy round. They lead with another full gun set up over towards Ashar's position, and that's why they flood onto Flick, who doesn't have access to the wall anymore. Milpa with a great opening 2-piece for himself. Also gets access to the neural theft, and that's a lot of information. They can play off of this, go to B, and overwhelm the sky.
That's an early neural theft. 6-point ultimate, by the way. Back. Their position is found much earlier than originally expected, so they'll reposition over gardens, and maybe this isn't cleared. It's a heck of a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas for them. First shot lands, second one, nothing more, and 2v5 here. As elbow control already established, this by no means is easy, but Oyun, yeah, it's 1 versus 5. You're up against Milpa, who's going for a 4-piece, and they'll find it. They're already 2 points to their next ultimate, and they used it this round.
Imagine that. They take the first pick off and then they swing off to get the information to find out where everybody is going to be. So they had the decision to overwhelm this guy who was held up on garden. And by the time that they got the spike, they were going to be late to the cause, smoked out of position. They also had been overrun because of the amount of guns that they had over to the side of Pip the Pap. So this is the only time that they can bounce back through. And with the buy round plus an operator buy for Sigmunder, will mean that they have that much risk into the buy, but will be well rewarded if they're able to keep the guns in the next round.
Opening pick off the back of a combat stim, and just like that, 5v4 in the first 10 seconds of the round. That's been a problem for Oyun, even in the pistol that they won. Early picks just have not gone their direction. It's even the case back on map 1 of Split, but they had a little bit more resiliency on that map. And now, the defensive side having some difficulties. Luckily, they have guessed correctly. There are 3 players in and around this A site, with the split coming from both mid and showers. But, this round is still far from over. Bark, close range. I don't know if they get cleared here. TP out, I think they've been seen, and yeah, there goes the rotation, unsurprising.
No, well, pull back rotation, always the Pip the Pap playstyle. See if they can play around timing, and well, lo and behold, they have rotated back, and they left the Cypher all the way towards B again. Sigmunder, beautiful shot from the op, and even pulls out the showstoppers, passes out the brimstone, and does not land it. Melpa, always in the perfect timing, does convert through with a second from Isolid. What a beautiful play from the Cyphers, and they do convert with a 2 versus 2 in hand. Cyrus and back, always trading 1-for-1. It's all left up to the Cypher, and he swings off of the Seeker with the double piece out for the sky. Back in a 2-2, and picks up the operator for Sigmunder.
What a play in the 1 versus 1 as well. Having the wherewithal to pop the Seekers and play around the backside of the tube. What the Seeker does is it finds the shortest possible route to your opponent. When it starts going to the right side of the tube, you know they're swinging the right side of the tube, or at least they're closer to it. You have that benefit, you have the way forward, and now you have the round. Bringing that one back from the brink of defeat. Oyun, lucky to still have it tied. Nice 2-piece again from the Cypher. And it seems like that individual prowess is stepping up in back-to-back maps.
The individual skill of everyone from Team Oyun has been shining brightly, and even though it was a costly round, they needed one to say the least. Back yet again on another first blood, and with the showstopper pop, he's gonna get executed on sight. Zest, perfect to take the cause. Another for Pesty as he uses his Cypher cage against him. 3 versus 3, back on the retake for Team Oyun.
Seekers out on the other side. 3v3 still reasonable as this walk-through hookah goes through. The question is, where's that final rotation? Pesty finds one and re-teleports over towards Cubby. This position should not be noted, especially with the rotation coming through from Gardens as well. Catching one out, it's a 1 versus 2 as things stand for Sigmunder, and it won't be any easier with the paint shells now going off. They may be able to stick the defuse, or at least try to get it to half. Roomba available, they'll swing off the back of it, they'll even do damage, and find a martyrdom kill, but nothing lethal, nothing round altering, and Pip the Pap will retake the lead.
And that's one of the only situations where it's good to have a flank towards that TP position, because they were already so focused up on both elbow and CT that they didn't have time to think about the hookah position being held up yet again by the defensive side. So good play out for Team Oyun. Pip the Pap though is the ones who take the cost for themselves. They get themselves the kill, plus they also have full control over CT after they overwhelmed one of the players. The anchor is back on that CT position after they noted he's one holding up that TP position. A 4-man stack over a short, and this is one of those things where you could tell they want to do something weird and they go through it with the pistols yet on. Cyrus through the smoke, he does overwhelm Sigmunder. He doesn't get any contribution out into the round. Pip the Pap are walking into Isolid and his shorty. He's gonna get one. Yes, he does. It is an upgraded gun. It could be something that he could play off of, but it's only a judge. And he TP'd everything back on, so they go back to A. This is weird.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't hate this. Playing around the Rosie with the teleporters, you take full advantage. Pick the path. Will get the spike down. Rotation in through mid. Timing will get the better of back. Will it get the better of their teammate? They'll try to swing for a follow-up, but Milput will find that kill, and there's no way to follow up there, as Flick will die just the same. This is not going to go their way. Neural Theft even, they, I believe, have a Molotov on the Brimstone. They still have the Orbital Strike as well. This is a done round. It's just a matter of how much economic damage will be done at the end of the day. Isolate baits out the Neural Theft, puts down a Cyber Cage of their own, which I don't hate, but line straight in towards their own dark cover. They'll be sprayed down by Cyrus. It's Milput with 3. Fifth path. Very clean for it.
Yeah. Playing off of rotation too, because they already noted about the TPs back on Team Oyun, so they were already in position to rotate back around on A just as quickly as that, which you were talking about in the pregame as well. The difference between Split and Bind already are the teleporters from Bind, where you already have like a few seconds to spare. When you already TP'd back from B long, you're already on the A sharp position in just a matter of seconds, just to make it easy for them to rotate back on the attacking side. So if they don't have control of that, then they don't have the faster rotation timings compared to Pip the Path does.
The other defense through mid doesn't offer as much on the B side as it does for A. You don't have that same level of variability. Orbital Strike thrown in. Finds Sigmunder somehow. The most mobile agent on the defensive side is caught out, and now straight into the site. Zest gets over the trap wire, finds 1, make it 2. Hello on the A side. And Piff the Path have basically ended things in back-to-back rounds in almost the same way. Flick gets wall-banged, or I suppose smoke-banged. Check his PC. Gotta be cheating. Gotta be cheating.
That's just intuition at this point, man. Now they're fired up. They have all the momentum in the world, and their guns are in check. He's pushing on and into the loving arms of Back, who does control the CT position and will back on to safety, knowing that Theo has the only gun into the next coming round as he calls for a save. So beautiful execute off the path. They dodge away from the trip wires to find the guy controlling them, solo anchoring the site itself over towards the Shar's position, and once they swung off of it, they were already too late. They pushed on to 4 people, get the path controlled back onto that U-Hop position, and also helped that they already started with an orbital strike, and it's only at one of the people that has been impacting the round entirely for their defense. Sigmunder didn't have any say after he gets orbital strike out to the map. So beautiful execute for Pip the Path. Timeout called for Team Oyun. You need to think about things.
The other question is, at least for Oyun, where do you move from this current position? You've lost, what, 3 in a row after being tied 2 apiece. You haven't been able to stick around on the site, even while finding a couple kills here and there. And more importantly, it seems like Pip the Path have found counters to your Cypher setups. And again, Cypher is not, by any means, the most common agent on this map, albeit the 5th most commonly picked. This is both before and after the Sky nerf, by the way. 35.9% of the time is Cypher picked by a team. That means, on average, 70% of games will have a Cypher in them, considering there's 2 teams in a game. But you also have to remember, you don't have that same availability on the defensive side that you may on the attack with Flank Watch, and you don't have that same ability to lock down a site like you would on Split with the lack of extra vertical movement abilities, like the triple boxes on the front side of site, like the A mid boxes to get you in over top of most tripwires. It seems like Oyun has left that as an oversight, as Cypher, I believe, has yet to play B other than a single round.
Yeah, he's even leaving the Sky to be the active player over at that B long extremity, while on the past couple of rounds, the Sage is either going to be around that hookup position or showers, where it's either going to be supported by that Cypher or around that B long extremity. Back, TP'd on, or actually flashed outside just to find out how many people are holed up, and, well, didn't need the flash to find out. He actually peeked onto the 3 players over on Pip the Path who are controlling B Garden. Somebody is going to push onto that. It's going to be a death trap. Also, because of the smoke, they could use that for their own benefit. Just TP's on using one of the fake outs to avoid a sound cue. And is primed up for the TP conversion. Flash in, and the Yoru is inside of the site. Just finds Isolid. but it is a showstopper in hand. The rocket lands on Cyrus and a triple for Sigmunder. He is back online and they have to play around him now, but Azzy has taken care of the threat as the 1v2. Mind hits the shot from the Sheriff, and this becomes the 1v1 against controllers on both sides.
More importantly, a gun picked up. They have faked the attempt at From the Shadows. This decision will throw off Azzy, but in the meantime, Azzy has found the confidence to walk into hookah. So, for the time being, they have crossed one position off. They still have to be cognizant of long, they still have to be cognizant of elbow, and of CT. Smoke thrown on top of the spike, and From the Shadows used as well. Will the Molotov land? The spray down, it is a fake, but it seems like the spike will be stuck at least for the time being. The jump through, however, movement and accuracy for Azzy will end up being their undoing. Oyun will have the time, and they will finally have a round post-timeout.
Pressured because of the sound cues being held up by Mind. He was not sticking the defuse, he was tapping it on just to find out where the brimstone is going to be coming from. And as he dropped on Heaven, or from that hookah position, that's when he made his move. And unfortunately for Azzy, he was actually just jumping up and down, seeing if he can jump in and out of the smoke. While he was also inaccurate from his bullets, Mind just took the presence. Just used that to try to dodge away from the bullets as well. Beautifully timed, beautifully done. And Sigmunder, again, the difference maker for the squad. He gets one over to Pesty, and after the fact, he uses his own showstopper just to limit the pushes out on B-Long. That is just one heck of a decision made by, again, the duelist that has made the difference all around over at that B-Long extremity.
The other note was because of where the spike was planted, the Molotov didn't have an easy resting place to solidify. So because the spike was tapped a second time, the Brimstone was worried that the Molotov didn't land. And they were correct to do so. Back, forced away by the guiding light, Seekers are going to be popped. They should be shot out fairly quickly. And a small barrage of utility dedicated towards them as he finds one with the Molotov and a 1-for-1 trade. More than happy for Piff the Path. But this round's still over. A rotation from the Cypher through main on the mid side of A should just now go through. Flash goes 2 for nothing, and Mind finds 2 before falling themselves.
Oh man, this becomes a very doable 2 versus 2 now for Team Oyun. They move on to the site. Sigmunder has a noted Cyrus's position as Milpa takes care of them both. With the defense on the spike, Milpa has been in and out of that true position and has profited benefitly over at that Pip the Pap position. It's a 3-6 so far, and how they have been pushing on to the post plan has rejuvenated the hopes of Pip the Path. Yes, they're still in the lead, but well, talking about gunfire, well, they have been losing on the first bloods against Back and Sigmunder, where they overwhelmed now on backside. Back had nowhere else to run. He got cooked because of the utility set up, and not alone that utility usage from Pip the Path has been shining brightly back again, and what must be one of their untapped strengths.
Oyun have had some problems. This is the exact same scoreline we had in the first half of our previous map, where Oyun, interestingly enough, had the better score and started on the attacking side. Sheriff out for Sigmunder. Herculean effort not going to come through. Wind is alone inside of Showers. They'll find the timing. Open and kill with a Vandal, and they'll look to swing for a second, near sighting the planner and finding the kill. In the meantime, it becomes a 3 versus 3. Pilotable utility will bait out that plant, deny it the second time around, but Zest will stick it all the way through as Flick drops down Cyrus. Again, weapon disadvantage here for Oyun. Showstopper used, but before they fall, somehow Zest will still get the Showstopper off, find the kill, and survive through 3 separate Sheriff shots. Somehow they live, and will stick around on the backside of triple. Isolid will clear it. Flash on the other side. They don't look that general direction. How in the world has Zest not been cleared? 1 for 1. Make it nothing. Isolid, do they have the time? That's the real question. They've got more than enough. Oyun will pick up a 4th. Isolid clutches again. How does Zest not see him? What?
And how are they not punished? Because they were flanking with 2 people.
No way,
over at that short position. They already knew that was coming, but they still held on. They still focused on towards the front lines. But that became their undoing. The paranoia perfectly timed out for Mind with that beautiful double piece on. And let alone Isolate to pick up the pieces. He has cleared both corners on the site itself. And he has isolated the fights just like his namesake, keeping it true to his name. 4-6 to start off their campaign towards the bind map. It is not beautiful, but my oh my, it is entertaining. Team Oyun They have been putting out on the gunfights yet alone. They also got the dimensional drip, and Pesty loses out against Isolid. They got U-Haul control, and Isolid says, I got you. Double kill yet again for Mine. This is the third time in a row that he has gotten multi-frags after multi-frags. A double for Isolid, and he feeds the battle to the face of Azzy, ending it with a 3K, a 5-6 for Team Oyun, and this is something to behold. Team Oyun and their mid-round calling has been so strong on their side.
What in the world is going on both sides? Neural Theft traded for a different Neural Theft. Isolid with 14 bullets just sprays back and forth like, I forgot I turned my DPI up, and ends up winning the fight at the end of the day. Now we're back to within 1, and that is a round of all time. I think that's how we can describe that one. This could be a tied up scoreline going into the second half.
Yeah, and considering how we started this is not going to be looking good for Pip the Path, especially now that they started with an operator shot from Sigmunder. Showers controlled. You got Cyrus hesitating to take the space anyway, and you also got another pushed up Sky over at B-Long that results in a kill over to Milpa. Your top fragger from the squad of Pip the Path has thwarted his attempt at taking B-Long control plus Showers, so they're gonna be chilling as Mine is also coming around that smoke and does get one onto Azzy, but Zest beautiful on the shot, but does not get the chance to get the gun in time.
Nice blast pack piece of util. Flick will just barely survive a paint shell and a Roomba. Timing will heal Zest as well, who almost hit a jumping leg shot, and they'll get the spike down. Cyrus is low, but the healing did extend to their teammates, so at a bare minimum, the Rays will be a much better participatory agent towards this attempted clutch. All 3 members looking to rotate in from elbow and CT. First player goes down. Zest now in a 1 versus 3. Cyrus in a 1 versus 3, and they were just hit through the wall. That sound cue should be there. Stunned up by the Trailblazer, stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a stunned up dog. Oyun will tie it up at 6 apiece. Very weird couple of rounds to close it out, but Oyun are more than happy with it.
Let's just call this the first half of all time. Let's just call this that.
I'm okay with that.
Because I feel like that's like the best thing that we can say to ourselves about how this game has been going, right? Team Oyun have been thriving off of a few individual mistakes from Pip the Path. You also got, the firepower is still there. You also can't ignore like the amount of times that Isolid has been seemingly born out of multi-frags in towards this bind map where he has been controlling the pace of the game, while Sigmunder is also the fire in towards the fire and ice that they have been introducing into this next coming round. Milpa and Zest have been doing wonders on trying to prevent from all of that from happening, but considering how close this can be, you still gotta give props over to the side of Pip the Path. They have been running with this, with how much that they have been trying to control sides, but this defending ground is a big question mark, and if they can control Showers, then that could possibly be a good thing, because then they could respond to the A-short control that is being pushed onto them by Team Oyun, and they could very well have a good side to behold.
Right through, this pistol could very well decide things. Paint shells through don't extend because of the wall, and Flick will get it down safely. Albeit they took a decent bit of damage, but they still have the healing orb to keep themselves in it. 4 versus 3 now favors Pip the Path, and they have the rotation started to come through. Everybody surrounding the site, but the Sage surprisingly not going for a flank. 2 players inside of the Lamp's position, the Sage sitting outside of mid. Here's the real prerogative part. Spray does headshot damage. Follow-up should be there. The paranoia lands onto 3 members, but Sigmunder from behind finds 1. That's the confusing part of this. As they swing for 2 more, they need to find the headshot follow-up. They find the kill, but not the final onto Pesty, who finds the single shot they needed in the low HP Rays. Pip the Path find the second half pistol and start off the dead even split well.
Yeah, and we're back to natural programming, ladies and gentlemen, where Team Oyun, well, they didn't win the pistol, and Pip the Path start off strong on their half. They could end up getting the second half, but if you consider how close that was, that leaves the possibility of OU picking up a very big force round bye, considering the 4 Spectres, or at least the 3 Stingers that they got on their hands. The core are looking to strike back as fast as possible, and where they are ending up is where they have started their campaign, a short push with the Stingers up in check. They also got a Spectre held up by the Cypher of all people. Letting the Rays get the space for themselves is questionable, but they will punish for it. As he gets a beautiful shot from the Stinger, and that's when they know that U-Haul is not the best place to push on. They also got a 5 versus 3 early on in the round, where they forced up the Sage to push on for himself. That is another Stinger shot. He pulls out the classic. He might win the gunfight against Pesty, but that will be up the time being. Pesty pulls out his own ghost and hits a 1 versus 3. That Milpa steals away for himself. That is Pep the Path, taking minimal damage to the economy, and well and behold, another round for themselves.
Comes down to a Yoon just not having that same space available to them. Somebody has to find out who's going to pop off for the spike. It seems like Pesty will try and build up the dimensional drift as soon as they, stick the spike through. Are they cutting it down to timing? What are you waiting for? I was a little concerned. They were still going to get it, but, too close for comfort, my personal opinion. Anywho, round victory for Piff the Path at the end of the day, regardless of the a little bit close, concerning positions. Now, Yoon, because they bought in that round, oh, I forgot, even with the spike plant, they won't be able to buy up here. This is a true bonus that should be fairly simple for Piff the Path.
Should be. Should be very simple. Well,
yes, this should be.
Considering how the spine game has went, it could go either way, since they are given the space hit again over to a short. Sigmunder had no problems to have the space over U-Haul. It's just that he wasn't able to convert on through with a kill, and maybe this time it could be different. The Sheriff could be enough, and well, the early smoke out does give him the space to push on. Flick, on the other hand, has other plans to uphold another Sheriff shot over the Zest. And they could have U-Haul space, but if they don't have Showers control, then that means nothing. Double for Azzy, controlling again the other side of the ace site. Back, on the other hand, has the Sheriff shot through, and the Bucky in hand of forcing Munder causes Pesty to go for his play. With the Outlaw in hand, Fake Out also activated, which does kind of let loose on the Sheriff shots and pulls out the classic in hand because he doesn't have the best gun in the world for the 1v1. 6-9 for the Path, and yeah, that's 3 rounds in a row for the second half campaign.
The Outlaw was the real pivotal point of that round. The fact you could just swing easily and have some level of redundancy, especially against a team that cannot buy that full shield. A body shot will do it. Basically good as a Marshall would be pistol round. Assuming teams couldn't buy shields. You get the idea. It's dangerous to say the very least. But now, Piff the Path, look at their money. Look at their weaponry. This is not as clean of a position for them to be in as you'd expect for 3 consecutive rounds, especially considering the second was a bye for Oyun. They're having some difficulties. They're having some clear and obvious problems as well. However, by no means are they at a disadvantage. I say that as Sigmunder just builds up Showstopper, so maybe that's the other way around.
Yeah, and he's been, so far in the series, pretty well and done with how he's been using a Showstopper. We also got a 1v1, and Cyrus actually gets the gunfight in hand. Picks up the Vandal for his troubles, and that is a free upgrade after he uses the Trailblazer, confirming that nobody is around that B-side control. Showstopper out, and Sigmunder actually will land the shot through over Azzy. Mind falls with a second, and they got a 4 versus 3 that could end up favoring Team Oyun since they also have U-Haul control.
Oh, the flank, however. That was the problem. Cyrus just dropped Flick, so they now have to worry about the flank. They have to worry about triple. They still have to worry about the backside of lamps as well. They will throw the nades into the front side of the cubby. Back has been seen, but not dispatched of. 1-for-1 trade as it stands. Smoke goes high. They try to play for that line of sight, but it doesn't end up working in their favor. The spike stick, back trying to deny it, will do so for the first one, and swings for the second before they fall to the paint shell. Good situational awareness from back, and the round is well off the back of it. Oyun just narrowly pick that one up and finally stave off the bleeding in this second half.
Off the skin of his teeth too, because he was fortunate that Zest decided to use one of his satchel charges, thinking that he could boost up on top of that box where he was holding up himself. But back, it's 50% luck and a little bit of spatial awareness for back as well, since he needed to dodge away from those paint shells. He needed to swing off of that, since he only had a split second to try to survive again to get the clutch up, and in those milliseconds he picked the right choice. Now they can profit out of this. They don't have the best money in the world, I consider, but you can't say the same as well for the Path, so their defense is not going to look as stellar as they usually can. We also got straight through the smoke from Pesty. The vision alone is not enough for them. All they need is a gunfight, and Pesty is falling with a second. I believe that's the person who also resurrected.
Yeah, it was the resurrected player who was baited out for the same kill the second time around. Why not wall them off at that point? Questionable decision. Pesty finds a 3-piece while only killing 2 players. Cyrus finds a follow-up, and Azzy finds 2 with an orbital strike and showers, as the dimensional drift just gave them the free information before it even went off, and Piff the Path, sorry, does indeed find their 10th. Double digits as it stands. They're threatening a 3rd map. We may go to Lotus.
Lotus is looking as dangerous as ever, as Pip the Path are playing on their win condition, just letting Pesty let loose. Finally, you could say that he's a well-oiled machine. Now you could say that he is confident to take duels early on. He has been winning out gunfights over at B long. He has been controlling the space out for the team, and whenever he is needed on the other side of the map, well, because of his TP, he can provide to do so. Now that he has, well, set it up over at BCT position, where got a tri-stack over at A, where you could also see the same on B, and a click of a button. Sigmunder leading the charge over at A short. Sheriff in hand for most of their core. Really readied up, primed up to use at least a paint shell over at the side, and has cleared up everybody over at A short, but does not expect Azzy to hold the long angle. Already giving up U-Haul since he knows that they have the better guns, leaving a 5 versus 4 for Pip the Path that they'll be happy to take.
Wait, but this bait may work. Remember, they still had all of showers, and even with the wall up, that's not the space they needed, but back finds 2 headshots. Azzy was healed up as well, so they needed a headshot on that one, almost a 3rd, but they'll reload in the corner and play for that follow-up kill. As the Neural Theft goes off, they'll die just the same. 1 versus 3 as it stands. Flick needs 3, finds the 1st, looking for the 2nd, cannot find it, however, and Milpa finds a 3-piece of their own. Piff the Path onto 11, and Oyun 1 buy round away from looking at down and out.
A little close for comfort too, because Oyun, off the back of 2 beautiful sheriff shots from back, has made it seemingly close. However, again, the buy round, you cannot ignore that at all. The double piece out towards that U-Haul position, it's more than enough to negate and devalue what has happened in towards that U-Haul position. Back, reward for his efforts, but not enough to take the round entirely. Pep the Path already needing 2 more before we set ourselves back onto the 3rd map of play.
Where to this goes here.
Set up on B. This is where I say Cypher should go, and where they have every single round in the 2nd half. It's just objectively better. I'm sorry, there's no beating around the bush. Cypher on B is just better.
True.
B is better for a reason. Or B better starts with B for a reason. That's where I was going with that.
B is the best side?
Exactly. Garden split. It seems 2 hookah, 2 gardens, 1 walking up A mid for some reason. A lurk cipher may very well work at the end of the day, but Zest finds the opening, and there goes your lurk cipher. Not the greatest of calls, to say the very least. Information play doesn't work up through gardens, at least not for the CT side, but the defense, that extra space they're working with at this point, they seem to be happy to just rotate back over to A, and it's working.
They're contesting against Azzy is just giggling the fact that A short could be contested here. They push on. Sigmunder is that close to getting U-Haul. Just needs another step forward. Pesty is the next competitor, and he does not disappoint. A double piece out for Pesty, and even gets another one for his own troubles. Just 1 more before we see Lotus. And I hope you bought sunscreen, because I heard Lotus is that hot at this time of day.
Hopefully not 2 in the morning.
Nah.
A little concerned. At least that's where it is, or what it is for me. As time reaches noon out in the UAE, I have to say though, Fifth of Path looking more than confident. The openings to their rounds have been clean and concise. They have an exact game plan of what they're doing, just to start off some of these rounds. And more importantly, they're not giving up more fights than they need to, nor should, when they have an advantage. They're playing extremely good Valorant to start, and they're having easy ways of closing towards the later stages. Pesty has a nasty flash setup here. Cyber Cage forward should help at least, and they end up going 2 for nothing. Isolate has a Neural Theft as well. Maybe here's the stride that OU need. They need 5 consecutive rounds plus OT if they want to bring this map back, and they've already started with an almost certain first. Aggression, it's an overheat from Sigmunder.
I can relate to that. Sometimes you just get overheated. Sometimes you feel like you're gonna hit every single shot after you got a really good entry. I can relate to that. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes the mind just takes over and you want to take more shots through. And well, again, that does give another coverage and sometime a little bit of a chance if they are able to push outside of that CT. Flash shot again from the Omen, and Mine just has the judge, and that sometimes is more than enough if you are pushing on that close of a range. Zest in 1v4, and inside of the smoke, Mind just wants to keep punishing these early mistakes on from Zest. With the long range tap, it is Mind that gets a 2-piece of his own, just extending play over at the second map. And well, I wouldn't say it's possible, but we're still seeing Pip the Path still on a rampage, still on a hot streak over onto that side of the map, possibly into the third map we go. But OUN are still, you know, they still have their name in the cookie jar. They can still have their mindset up over, you know, ending this game.
Look at the money. That's the problem. Pip the Path doesn't have a heck of a lot considering they've gone, what, all but 2 rounds in the second half? They don't even have an extra buy over the top at this point. If you win this, you're looking at 2 full buys being the difference between us and going to Lotus and us and moving on to the second semifinal. 4 players sitting in through A mid right now. Make it 5, actually. Showstopper's going to be used, and not a soul is there. Paranoia will flank the long side. Mind finds 3, and now Sigmunder may find the timing! Oh my goodness, it does damage. Down to 5 HP goes the Raze, but she's not down and out of this one just yet.
And the best thing about that is that they could use that as their own weapon, because he doesn't kill him, he doesn't have info that somebody is still around that Char's position. They're ignoring it, and they want to focus on the front line. Cyrus opening up the space, but does get denied by Sigmunder. Pesky does his best to trade it off, but it still leaves a 2 versus 4 required out of Pip the Path. A triple from Pesty, but back makes his presence known, leaving Zest all alone in a 1v3, but getting back on 5 HP. Was back on that A Showers position where he was flanking to see if he could get an impact, but well, all of his teammates die and they give up the site for themselves. Team OUN extending play yet again with 1 more round to boot, and off the back of a very aggressive push on U-Haul, rewards them with again another round to play.
5 health, the difference between a saved rifle, but I want to see the money again. Pip the Path are not a good position financially. However, if you want to be in a good position financially, you can take a look at ESAD, sponsor of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition, making sure you have financial stability, long life, and you can stick around in terms of maybe a Valorant match should you manage your finances a little bit better. They're running glass cannon for a rifle in a Vandal. I think 2 more stingers as well, albeit not glass cannon, but lack of armor on them. I say, interesting call. If I'm on that side, they're still investing.
You still want to try. It's possible, since, you know, in their mindset is that if they take another winning gunfight, then, you know, 80% of the time they're going to be converting that into another win, and 1 win is all they needed to go for it. But Operator in hand for Sigmunder. Interesting on the attack. He has been doing that on Split. Does so with, you know, moderate success. He can also put out the Seekers very early on. Not wasting any time to take space over at A, which they do with the wall. Very interestingly, they shape it up to where they can actually fly around, but Milpa, through the wall as well, does get himself 1 over to the Raze. Faded off by back. That's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Truck being controlled. On top was Zest, but gets taken down immediately. Azzy. And then another stinger shot through, and this becomes a 3 versus 3 that will result in the neural theft.
From the shadow is going to be faked, maybe in towards spawn. Do they check for it? No, it's stuck all the way through, and this flank could very well set through to close it. Mind finds Milpa as they have to swing. They can't hit the flick. OUN, even with the neural theft, even with the player advantage against them on the retake, they still end up holding strong. They don't allow the flank to throw off their circadian rhythm, and more importantly, they get up to double digits. Pip the Path. This could very well be their last full and cohesive buy before OT is more than likely.
My god, OT plus the chance to deny them game number 3. That is just a dream scenario for Team OUN, but one big hurdle comes across that. It will be that 1 buy round yet again for Pip the Path, and they have been showing a lot of promise in a lot of these last few gun rounds. It's just that they cannot find another step forward to the finish line. To force that game number 3 to the Lotus map we go, but Team Oyun back on taking a short control as short and as slowly as possible. Sigmunder opening up the site again with just the operator in hand, gets spotted because of the utility from Cypher. Only don't see Cypher on A these days.
Hey, maybe it finally works for them. Gotta switch something up towards the later stages. They put it in the previous round, but it doesn't seem like it's going their way. No showstopper, orbital strikes available, but unfortunately the Brimstone's too far away to have a full advantage going in their direction. And the Sage will still have the healing orb. There's the orbital strike. Everybody will get away from it, but it does force a reposition to close, and that could be the deciding factor. Sigmunder finds one with the operator from distance. Follow up there for the Molotov as they still have that viability, but they haven't cleared Cubby. That could be their Achilles heel. One from Mind, looking for a second off the back of a Paranoia, and they have help from Showers. Isolid finds 2 off the back of the near site from their teammate, and Oyun are 1 away from sending us to OT.
Look, that operator was a really big factor in why they weren't able to rotate back around that wall after they broke it, because since the operator is still in check, they need to check how fast they push out of that wall. If they go push too far, then that is going to be a beautiful op shot from Sigmunder, and he got that 2 in a row where they used that as timing for Isolid to rotate back around Showers, and they never even thought of that position because of the amount of time that they invested into trying to take control of default, as he just made it that much closer, but not close enough to close the round entirely. This is another buy round again for both sides, where Sigmunder started with another beautiful shot from the op, still controlling A short as they go around, get the pieces, but Mine and Sigmunder want to get overtime this badly. They started from 8 to 12, and they want to get one more shot to take overtime away from Pip the Path.
Oh, he knows. Sigmunder heard the teleporter earlier. The operator will not close it, but it's about as close as it could be. Milpa, I believe, heard a teleport, is aware that Mind could be here. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and shoot him through the smoke, but with the Guardian, that spray less than likely to do lethal damage. Guiding Light does not do anything useful, but low-ish HP in a 1 versus 4 requires a miracle, and not one they're gonna find. Oyun go 4 consecutive rounds. Piff the Path in shambles in the later stages, and Sigmunder even puts a flick on a showstopper. Didn't have that one on my bingo card.
What is this game? Now, it went from being one of the games of all time to possibly one of the biggest comebacks we've seen all the tournament. Team Oyun with the strongest mental in the game, the smartest people in the room, showing that the server is theirs to take over. But Pip the Path, we gotta give props to them. They have showed a lot of promise back on their CT side, but back on the attack, this was where they have shown a lot more for consistency, right? Maybe something to behold once we head on into this first overtime. This OT could be one hell of a story to come into. Pip the Pathburn always shown as the favorite to come into this game, right? They have always been shown as the underdogs. We got the Filipino underdog that is Cyrus, who always takes control of the game when he is in the mood to do so. Now he is leading the squad to try to see if they can get map 3 in our hands. Team OU, they were down multiple rounds, but now they want to be the ones to take over. They got you all control. They also have default in check on their attack. So Pip the Path, in a matter of time, they can get themselves one, but Mind gets another beautiful double piece. How many times have we seen that all series? It looks like he is Mr. 2K all throughout.
He's got a smoke for mid as well. This retake seems more than likely. The fact he finds the opening too is insane. He may still have opportunities to find more just the same. Cyrus has to play close here with the smoke in front of him. Their Brimstone falling shortly before, and their Cypher on 4 HP. No flawless first round of OT, but about as close as you can get to it without actually having the accolade from the game. A round lead for the first time since the first half for Team Oyun, and it was fairly early in the first half they picked that up. This is an insane double from Mind.
And a beautiful performance from him too. All throughout the series, he has been a huge factor into how they have been performing all throughout. Team Oyun and everybody in the mid-round calling has been super stellar, because they didn't even need to flood on towards U-Haul in that past few round, but now he wants to be the one to call it through. Try to overwhelm the floodgates. Try to see if they can get U-Haul controlled. Not even needing to be that deep. They just needed to hold up that one angle. And they very well do so with style. 13-12. Timeout called again by Pep the Path. What is the call to make here? Since they're on the defense, they can't be the ones to dictate the pace unless they're the ones who push down B long or A short control. If they want to take the aggressive approach, I could also see them try to hold up that one space, possibly U-Haul or Showers. If they want to give A short that, then by all means do so.
So the main problem that they're currently in is they lost 5 consecutive rounds on the defensive side while up on map point. Now they're against map point. They've overheated to the upteenth degree, and it just seems like they can do nothing right at this point. They have had decent rotations. They have had extremely good prowess in opening duels, but their main issue has been following up on early success. You can see that streak, 6 consecutive rounds now, and it looks good, especially early. But if you're looking at this from the attacking side, an opening pick and you could end it.
Imagine this. We went from a possible map 3 to a possible 2-0 in the making. Team Oyun have trailblazed their way towards a possible 2-0. Sigmunder has always been the anomaly for the side of the path. Never expecting the attack operator come in hand, and they also get spotted. So that's a 4-stack through on A. Not even moving a muscle, not even needing to make the initiative call. They want Team Oyun to make the mistake for themselves, and they don't do that. They want to rotate back because they have a lot of suspicions on what's happening on A. So they smell the monkey and decide that B might be the better call for us.
So now the bright side is the teleporter's still there for them to rotate into B mid, but I do not believe that the teleporter that was set up earlier by Pesty on the Yoru is still available. I'm pretty sure it's about a 30-second timer on that, somewhere in the neighborhood of. I haven't read my patch notes, but it may not matter. Dog out, first inkling of presence on the B side. Cyrus just needs to play patient. They really can't do anything here. You have a cyber cage, a wall in front of you. Patience is the name of the game in the 5v5.
And in this 5v5, this is where it goes gung-ho for both sides. Sigmunder with the long angle, and once that smoke dissipates, it becomes dangerous territory for Pip the Path to rotate back on CT side. Flash out, and that does leave Sigmunder out on the angle. Does use the fake out to try to see if they can counter the op, and they do so.
Or elbow.
Not that much contention. Elbow now being the position to head on. Flick and Mind beautifully done to dismantle the defense, and a retake is non-existent. A 2-0 victory for Team Oyun. A comeback in the 8-12 start. And that was one heck of a bind. We went from one of the maps of all time to one of the best maps I've seen all year.
And a clean start to the year, not only in this Dubai Police Esports tournament, but more importantly, seeing them come back from the brink of defeat on map 2 and make a statement in OT, making basically no mistakes. I think 2 players died in the 2 rounds of OT, maybe 3 because they technically had 1 from the first round. You get the general idea. It was dominance through and through, and more importantly, they just could do no wrong. Their attacking side finally showed up. They found opening kill after opening kill. They had clean openings onto sites as well, and their post-plant positioning was near perfect. I cannot stress this enough. The way they play for trade frags astounds me, and honestly, I don't care who I see in the other semifinal. They're my grand final favorites.
Oh my god. And that is a huge statement. Yeah, that is a huge statement, you know. If time to light is the guy to say it does so, then, you know, by all means, that could possibly be, you know, the grand final. That could be the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, right? That's a grand finals performance out for both teams. But in the end, it is Team Oyun that come out on top. That is one heck of a story to look out for, right? Yeah. They back in the Dubai Police Esports tournament, if I'm not mistaken, they were already eliminated in the first round of play against Team Falcons. Now they come back into this tournament where they want to have their hand at 25,000 AED as a prize pool. And if they won the whole thing, then we can forget about their story being eliminated in the first tournament, because this is their time to shine. This is their story to make. If they're able to bounce back through and see if they can get themselves the grand final spot, then, you know, it's already been a set in stone story for them, but they have to wait for their next opponent. Then, well, that semifinals game is going to be up in a few minutes. Time to light. What do you think about this semifinals?
Here we go. This is Shaheen Phoenix up against Team Phenos. There we go. I was like, are we going to break now? Team Oyun going to the grand finals. I love this other semifinal. I'm seeing some of the names. Most importantly, Urza, I think, is somebody to pay full attention to as we switch broadcast talent. But individually, at least early for Team Oyun, they swap so well from their previous fall. You were talking about the previous Dubai Esports tournament. They fell to Team Falcons in round 2, so the semifinals. And then they went to the third place game and lost as well. So they went from having a best of 3 to put them into an opportunity to win 10,000 US, which is about 40,000 Arabic, and it's a completely different position. They go from having a shot to losing everything and making nothing from the tournament. They were outside the prize pool. Now, as they go into the grand finals, they have a prime shot at 15,000 to close things away. But we still have to figure out who they're going to play, and in doing so, we have to wait for Shaheen Phoenix taking on Team Phenos in our second semifinal. We're going to step away. We're going to swap some broadcast talent as well. We will see you for the grand finals, at least me and Ramon will, but Colin and Vincent will take our spots for the second semifinal here on the Dubai Esports Police Tournament and the SWAT edition, brought to you by ESOD.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم المستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب،
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
He'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition. My name is Seaborg, joined by Vincent, jumping in for the first time today for some Valorant. We got to see a lot of action yesterday for CS2, but jumping into a brand new game, Vincent, with some brand new teams. It's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, we already had a bit of an exciting matchup earlier on. Some crazy comebacks in that second map in the first, where it was ultimately a 2-0 victory, as we head into the other semifinal match where we have Shaheen Phoenix up against Team Phenos. I think this is going to be interesting, to say the least. We don't actually have that much information about Team Phenos, to be fair. What I do know, though, is that 3 of the players on this squad did play in the previous Dubai Police Esports tournament. They were under a team called Purge. And so as we jump into that, there is that experience there. Shaheen Phoenix, on the other hand, recently played in the Game Changers event. But other than that, not a ton of information as we jump into the map pool.
So basically what Vincent is saying, that this is going to be a great learning experience for the two of us to get to know these players, to get to know these teams, and starting off with a very fun map set that, you know, I am excited to, you know, run throughout this best of 3. We get rid of Breeze. I'm okay with that. I haven't really casted a whole lot of Breeze in this new Breeze ever since the updates, so, you know, still getting to learn that one. We get rid of Split. We get Sunset map number 1. I've been becoming a big fan of Sunset as it's started to move its way in towards, you know, Valorant. A lot of teams starting to pick it up a little bit more than they used to, as you would expect with a, you know, one of the newest map into it. But then we get that Ascent map number 2, the bog standard for Valorant, Vincent, and if need be, we go to Lotus for a decider.
Yeah, I'm excited as well to see Sunset, mostly because I think it's a really good bellwether type of map, because you can play it in a lot of different styles. You can be really aggressive there. Alternatively, you don't necessarily have to be. You can play very defaulty on the attacker side, and on the defense. I think gathering early information is important, but you don't necessarily have to be pushing all the way down, but you can do that. So it opens up all these options and styles of play that kind of give you an idea of what the team that you're watching likes to do, what their goals are whenever they're approaching either the attack or the defensive side. And I think that's important, especially early on into a series, because you get a little bit of a feel for your opposition and what they're looking to do.
No, I definitely agree with you, Vincent. And as we head in towards it, we can talk a little bit about these goals. Right now, the goal for either of these two teams is the grand finals ahead for, you know, that chance at the prize pool. You win here, you're in the money. You're guaranteed at least 10,000. And I mean, if you win it out, you get 15,000. That is an incredible payday for some Valorant. And, you know, you have to meet up against a team who just had an incredible comeback back on Bind. Team Uyun waiting inside of that grand final. So we take a look at Sunset for the Agent Select. We can, you know, break down a couple of what we are seeing for the hovers. I'm surprised to see Sky being hovered on a map like Sunset. Vincent, how are your thoughts of that?
I'm so glad you brought that up. I was thinking the exact same thing. You know, the changes to Sky most recently, kind of, I would say, not necessarily destroying Sky meta-wise, but it certainly does add a lot of question marks about whether you want to go with Sky or a different agent. You know, the KO kind of comes to mind immediately, but both squads heading in with the Sky, and I think that does kind of go to show you that Sky still is really powerful. It's just a matter of being decisive about when you want to use your utility. You can't be so laissez-faire as you used to be, you know, just tossing a guiding light out here and there. You have to decide when and where that's going to have the most effect, and then take that space accordingly.
And even in a map like Sunset, where you most notably will see that Cypher get picked on the defensive attacks, it's going to be hard to, you know, utilize that Trailblazer to, you know, eliminate those tripwires as easily as it used to, you know, with those little tweaks that we saw to Cypher a while back. Sky's just getting harder and harder to use as the meta just continues to evolve into what is the new season of Valorant, I would say, Vincent. So it's going to be a fun game of Sunset that we get between these two teams. Team Pheno is going to be starting off on to the defending side. Team Shaheen Phoenix onto the attacking side. As we get to take a look at this, one thing I do want to mention is the difference when it comes down to these, I guess, duelists. We get the Raze playing up against the Jet. I think Pheno's going to maybe struggle a little bit with this Raze, forced to take these gunfights, and Kaito's going to be the first to go down. Mar not far behind, so an equal trade on either side.
Yeah, but it's looking like Shaheen Phoenix still wants this A site. They're not stopping. Not by a long shot, but there's 3 defenders here, Seymour.
3 defenders here, and only 2. User's going to tuck himself away in the corner. Shouldn't have the TP out, and no utility here for User 1. Just has to bail himself out with the classic. Right click's not going to land. Finally gets rid of Urza, and, you know, Peach did it. Going to be able to trade it out. Views tucked away in a corner. Makes this a 2 versus 1 for the defenders. I mean, this is a very comfortable spot to be in, but Peach did it. Now with the Ghost. Spy Cam back up as well. Gonna get some good timing there onto Pookie Bear, but the classic at range, able to outduel the Ghost, Vincent. And that is going to be a big defending round for Team Phenos to open up with the pistol.
Yeah, and they got that early rotate. The information from the start was that Shaheen Phoenix were headed that direction, and they never really stopped to rethink that that positioning. And it came down to a couple of 1v1s towards the end of the round as well. Phenos was able to get the better of. And that does kind of lead us into a second round where Shaheen Phoenix don't have quite much to contend with. In fact, it looks like they're only got like one upgrade, just a frenzy in hand. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty much the same play, but with lesser weaponry, though that isn't going to seem to matter.
Urlo going to be kind of caught by Mar with the frenzy. Upgrades to the Bulldog and an immediate snap to Kaido. Tula's battle again going the way of Shaheen Phoenix as they look to get the spike planted ASAP. Now with the dark covers down, you can see Bootkeeper just going to sit inside the cover. Wait to see if mistake and walk anything up for free. This post plan is locked in, set in stone, but User finally gonna find an angle. Views with the Guardian, gonna find a second one. Pookie Bear's gonna walk forward. Shinya gonna have to do their best with the classic, but with User closing in on the flank, there's a 3K coming out from the Omen, Vincent, and a second round from Phenos.
And I liked how Phenos just played that retake patiently. A lot of times it can be, especially on an eco round, when you lose two opening duels like that, first to a frenzy and then the follow-up once the Bulldog was recovered, you can start to feel the pressure to just try and take the fights aggressively. You have the weaponry advantage, so it's in the back of your mind, okay, we just win if we take the fights. Instead, Phenos waited and watched for the right opportunity, got everybody into position, and then used their utility they had left in order to take those fights when Shaheen tried to get a little bit more aggressive. Love that decision making, and then it gives them what was a tough situation, gives them the victory.
A User with 6 kills already. Start off Sunset. It'll be close to the front of the shadows. Not the most impactful ultimate, but will be good for info gathering as these rifle rounds start to come into fruition. Cybercage looking to block off some extra information through the middle of the map as Team Phenos is going to settle in through the connector to B. Shaheen Phoenix putting a lot of pressure onto these players, hoping somebody baits or bites the bait. And Tripwire is going to be shot out. Peach did it. Set up to try to burst things out. Views looking to, I guess, reclaim this space. Slowly but surely might be able to catch some timing here as well. Guiding light swings out, finds Shinya. That's a controller gone. A big pick for Views.
Indeed it is, but this is a site gained, yes, but not fully undefended. They got a lot of information due Team Phenos, and they're ready to come back in as soon as they clear out that top mid area. And they have done so here and now. But the bigger problem for Phenos is their weaponry. They started this round with 3 pistols and
does it perfectly. You see Earl not confident enough to stick things out. Plays for the kill. And it is a big win there for Shaheen Phoenix. All the way down to a 1v1 though, Vincent.
Exactly, and that's where I think Phenos did well with what they had, but you got to give props to Shaheen Phoenix because they were playing those 1v1s correctly. Remember, they got into the site. It was a 4-on-4. It was an even scenario for the retake, but this does give Team Phenos the time to jump back into this, and Uriel had a great opportunity there, even in the 1v1. See what they can continue to do. I was a big fan of the way that Shaheen Phoenix took mid control that in the early stages of that round. Were very methodical about that positioning and careful not to overextend, but in the meantime making sure that they had the space to work with.
A lot of pushback for the defenders, and on a map like Sunset you almost have to respect that. Not a kill you want to see if you're Phenos. Losing out on Uriel, that chance for delay just gone now without the breach. Flash out to...
They got to take some space somewhere. That flash at mid, that's all about trying to gather information.
You don't find any information, Vincent, at all. Slowly the spike working over towards B, but already Phenos, they've given up the site. They're playing for the retake.
Yeah, but they're gambling that direction. They can get back into this really quickly, and I don't know that Shaheen Phoenix are going to be anticipating that. They're all right here, approaching in Gelato and towards Market.
Oh, it looks like Phenos, they're going to try to wrap this one fast. See if they can stop the spike from getting planted, but it will. The Guardian in May's hand, able to find that first. Not able to get a second one as Things go back and forth with the numbers. Phenos able to retake the site with a fast retake as well. They know that only disadvantage they have is numbers, Vincent, but they catch the timing of the spike planter, and that is their equalizer.
That and the timing, being able to come through both Market and Gelato just about at the same time. They're taking all those fights at once, and so that really makes it difficult for Shaheen Phoenix to actually find trades, because they're dealing with, you know, multiple different angles at the same time and aren't able to as effectively swing off of one another. You talked about User being at six kills, now up to 10 and 2. Incredible. This guy is currently just running through the opposition.
And not only that, when you look at the support you have from Views to enter back into sight, they're just enabling User when it comes down to what seems like a very impactful individual on the team of Team Phenos. If this continues to snowball out of control, somebody on Shaheen Phoenix is going to have to step up to battle out versus this Omen.
Well, Shaheen Phoenix back to their normal business, that being taking this mid control. They're going to use the Seekers in order to gather information. It'll be pretty much all heading towards the market area. And though not sure if that really gives them anything to work off of. You would expect a couple of players towards B. And so now they've just got that confirmation.
Well, your Sentinel, I mean, even if you get the spike planted, the post plant is going to be thin. Leads to slow Phenos down for the retake, and Fuse is going to make it all the harder. Mar will fall. No more duelists now for Phoenix to work with. 43 seconds, and there's still members just waiting in the wings. Kaido's going to swing, find a second in the round. Paint shell down right at the feet of Shinya. And the help from Uriel, able to dispatch of that Omen. Back in goes Kaido, an easy cleanup onto Urza. 3 kills out of the Rays.
Nicely done. And, you know, that's Kaido getting activated. By the way, now has the Showstopper available as well, alongside quite a few ultimates for Team Phenos. It's just not an empty pocket for Shaheen Phoenix, though, either, to be fair. And now back on the big weapons. That last round, don't know if I actually mentioned it, it was an eco, so expectations weren't quite the highest. Those expectations rocket up to the top, though, now for a round like this one, where you need to start maybe finding some additional space to work with. I still like what Shaheen Phoenix are doing early round in mid, and this is a bit of an adjustment. They're being a lot more aggressive.
A map like Sunset, where mid is so dominant. Mar looking to rip that one away, and User the first to fall. That is going to give a lot of comfort when it comes down to the slaying that Shaheen have brought in. They don't have to worry about this Omen just yet. Seekers are going to be in. Phenos looking to see if they can find some early timing to re-entry back onto the site, but the dark covers are down, and slow exit from Shaheen for the post plant. Tucked away. May should be able to find a kill, but Fuse, an incredible shot, rips the breach off the site. And here's the Showstopper up next, all the way down into the back line, lands into the feet of Peach Did It, and Kaido puts the round away. A near flawless retake for Phenos, only losing 1.
What a clear from Views. I mean, incredible shot initially. We're going to see it here once again, but this wasn't the most impressive thing of this retake. They got the information from the neural theft, knew where everybody was located, and then Kaido, not necessarily even worried about the player close, playing right behind the close position inside of main, instead deals with the far angle, waiting for the swing, and trusting in the teammate to take that shot and deliver. Love that communication and trust there between the squad. And Shaheen Phoenix unfortunately losing out after they did a great job finding market control early. I mean, I feel like Mar has really opened things up for this Shaheen Phoenix squad time and time again, and even there, it wasn't enough.
No, it's not. And for Phenos, we're starting to discover that the identity of this team is not just User they have to watch out for, but now Kaido starting to activate on this Raze. An early Showstopper in round 6 should mean that a second Showstopper will be on the cards later on. Vincent says Peach Did It, looking to make a whole lot of noise, but just unaware of the potential, and Peach Did It with a clean swing through. Gonna Gonna be taken down through mid now. The Bladestorm from Mar looking to pull things back. We're in a 3 versus 3. Rolling Thunder and from the shadows ready, though.
This is a bit of an ambitious rotation, actually. Trying to grab that spike. Wait, is this spike going to be committed towards A? No, surely not. Yeah, they're going to get away from that. The B site, not open per se, but Shinya has so much space to work with, is able to hold off the rotations.
You can't rotate. You have no info mid.
What? I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. From the shadows, just to regroup.
Just has to trust that they can win these fights on site, but they have no idea where Uriel is. Joke's on them. Uriel's just waiting behind on site. With 15 seconds, the spike down and only Sheriff in your hands. I mean, this is going to be another round win for Team Phenos after burning the Bladestorm as well as the From the Shadow. This is a very heavy investment for only a Sheriff round.
Yeah, I mean, it is. At the same time, getting rounds on the board, that's #1 priority. So I think it's a valid investment. Nice shots here at the end from Shinya. Too bad that doesn't actually come to a head for victory, but nonetheless, another one of those pistol rounds that has some really good ideas behind it, and even so very close to finding victory for Shaheen Phoenix, but doesn't quite get there. We're gonna keep this group back towards A. Just try and stick together. A site has been where they found some of their biggest successes, so you can understand them going back to that fountain.
Rolling Thunder to be in views. Hot flash around the corner. Mar beats it out. Uriel able to find one before giving up the site. And for this retake, that's going to be a 4-on-4 user. Set up for the Paranoia and the Rolling Thunder to layer back on. Dark Cover's going to go down, and here comes the retake. User going to get caught in the fault line, and a lot happening right now on the map. When you look over towards the trades, and it's still a 3 versus 3. Kaido off screen finds Mar. Players from Shaheen Phoenix starting to fall. User sticking down on the spike, not letting go. And with Uriel cleaning up the rest, it's all he really has to do.
There was a fight of Rolling Thunders in this round. The Rolling Thunder to get the entry, but then the opposing from Team Phenos is what made the space, allowed them to essentially just maintain site control from Shaheen Phoenix, and then from there, they set up the dark covers. They could take the duels individually, and Uriel doing a ton of great work there in the back end, not only setting it up with the Rolling Thunder, but picking up the kills as well. Up to 7 assists. This is what you like to see from this player, especially in the initiator role.
I mean, they're so good at controlling their pacing, controlling where they want to fight, how they want to fight, and Uriel playing it so well at playing their life, getting out, and going back in with that Rolling Thunder. Team Phenos commanding this game so far. Pookie Bear's going to get caught by the Trailblazer. It's going to be a secure kill onto the site for a user, now looking to mitigate the rest line. So is it enough?
Right now, it's looking like it. Look at the low HP. Shinya can't be recovered, at least not anymore. And with Views finding a kill on the exiting individual from the site, Shaheen Phoenix are in a tough spot.
One enemy
Trailblazer won't be able to pave a path. Instead, it's going to be Kaido. 17 HP on Shinya. Has to fight them face on, and it's a tough battle to do it alone against 3 other members of Team Phenos. 8-1 scoreline, Vincent, here on Sunset. On a map pick of Phenos, if I'm not mistaken as well. No, this is Shaheen Phoenix's map pick. So Phenos coming out with a little bit of fire.
Yeah, they're absolutely swinging for the fences at the moment. And you know, what's interesting here, what's unfortunate, I think, for Shaheen Phoenix is that they've adjusted to try and really pick up their pace of play. We saw that over at the A site with that Rolling Thunder play. Again, here at B, it seems like they're trying to figure out how to adjust for this Team Phenos squad, and in doing so, they're having to change what they want to do. We saw them elect for that more slow, methodical play style that I mentioned a lot of teams can go for on this map, playing more of a default, and they've had to adjust off of that at this point, and now they'll look towards a B split going through market.
We need to find some playstyle that works, because this just keeps getting worse and worse as the half goes on. 8-1. Mar just continuing to do as much as they possibly can. A second from Urza, and that's going to secure the plant.
Massive. Mar has just been so critical to finding these openings to give possibilities away.
And they do it again. Mar with the stinger swings out and won't even be traded. Gets away as best they can here. Kaido, the paint shells into the corner, but it's all for nothing. 3 versus 2 in the retake. All the way to the high ground. Kaido looking for any angle they could get. Urza in the corner. Uriel's gonna check it. Mar now to win things out, but Kaido denies. It's Uriel and Kaido, the dynamic duo, to do it again.
And views as well. That double kill, the spam, or rather the spray transfer on the Phantom was phenomenal from Gelato. That really helped out. But you have to put some respect there. Once again, Mar had around and turned it on its head. Unfortunately, needed a quad kill in order to win it, but
yeah,
still, I keep singing their praises because it's been so impressive. Each time you think that Shaheen Phoenix have something on lockdown, it's Uriel, it has been Uriel, to kind of work their magic on the retake.
Here.
Shaheen Phoenix, they need some form of success before the half ends. 9-3 would have to be the best they can settle for at this moment. Aftershock looking to slow things down. Guiding Light for some information. Kaido is known on the corner, but it's a double up here. Mar's going to open up the round again with the first blood. Kaido and Uriel immediately going to answer it back. Shuts down the showstopper, looking for another. The flashpoint catches Mar. And you have to show some respect.
We'll trade back and forth of those flashpoints, but Uriel staying alive is the most important thing to be doing at the moment. It's buying time for the rotation. Buki Bear from one direction, the Omen the other, with User on the other side. They're locked into the site.
And they are trapped. Signed and sealed as a death warrant right here of Shaheen Phoenix. Team Phenos, they've been in the situation all half long. They're looking to do it again. User gonna find the first. User a second one. It's all down to Mar once again, but the mountain is too tall to climb for Mar. 3 kills, just not enough to win it out, Vincent, and that's double digits for Phenos.
I feel like a broken record at this point, Seymour, but once again, you have to sing the praises of Uriel, staying alive back there, regrouping with the squad, and being able to then be important in the retake factor as well. It's just phenomenal to see that, and at 10-1, this is a little bit too late of a timeout.
Yeah,
and by a little bit, I mean very late.
I feel like the damage is far done now. You're taking a timeout. Either it's to settle the nerves or discuss how are you going to end this half on the highest note possible, 10-2, to begin your climb back on your defensive side for Sunset. And it better, pardon me, better be one strong-willed defensive side on Sunset, Vincent, because a 10-2 comeback, it's one of the hardest comebacks you can make, other than 11-1 or 12-0.
Yeah, no, I mean, there is a tall task ahead, but even before we get there, I think that understanding that this map just hasn't quite gone to plan, and that I think Shaheen Phoenix need to go back to their basics, and what I mean by that is for them to play their game. I don't think their game wasn't working. They were consistently finding mid-control. Yeah, it wasn't being fought for very aggressively by Team Phenos, but they were consistently getting into the post plant, and though they've done that here late as well, it's because Team Phenos is raising their hands and saying, okay, you can have the site, we'll just take it back. You have to go back to what was working for you, what you've planned.
I mean, for views, what's been working for Team Phenos is pushing in for these aggressive fights and taking them. Kaido in an off angle, everybody looking the wrong way. They all line up. Kaido only able to find 2, but the team collapses and Shaheen Phoenix crumble under the pressure. Once more, Shinya, this time alone, 1v5. It have to be, after the neural theft is going to be invested, it gives away the position. Easy shots through the screens, and an 11-1 half for Team Phenos. They look unstoppable.
I mean, look at the setup is so good. It's brutal that Kaido was able to get away with this. There's a flashpoint on one side amid a guiding light on the other. The setup was great, Seymour, and it still falls because they didn't quite check that angle despite the flashes, despite the fact that they were prepared for somebody to be there, and they put utility in place to deal with it. 11-1, yeah, as you mentioned, one of the tallest mountains you could be asked to climb when it comes to a comeback for the game of Valorant. And I don't know if Shaheen Phoenix have it in them, but what I do know is this is where it starts.
Yep. After this one, Ascent, possibly on the minds of some of these players. Trailblazer going to be caught in the tripwire, and here we go. It's a full exec. Out towards B with the ghost in the hand of Kaido, leading the charge, finds 2 immediately. 3 shots, 2 kills, and the spike down.
This is not looking ideal. Look at how aggressive they are. Team Venus is just taking the space, and Mars taking it all into their own hands.
How good has Mar been?
Incredible.
I feel like if there's one thing to really highlight from Shaheen Phoenix, it's Mar. I mean, they have just been an outstanding pillar for this team, but you can't expect one player to jump into the server and do everything. Free on the other side of the start cover. User ready for the push through. The smoke goes down. It opens up the opportunity for a fight. One-on-one, though. User, ghost in hand, able to secure it. And as map point for Phenos.
I mean, and at this point, you have to be thinking a little bit more about Ascent, probably, considering the scoreline. But I think that right now, we just have to talk about Phenos and how incredible they've been, as much as it has been a team effort for them, right? I mean, you look down the line, and you know, Pookie Bear hasn't even been necessary. He's just kind of been hanging out in the background for the whole lot. What do you need to do as you're you know, in the background dealing with this information plays? Just hang out, let your team frag.
Not only that, trade each other out. Their trading has been so efficient. Always walk away from fights with an advantage. 2 for 1 for Phenos now with the spike down. Uriel watching for the flank, and it should be an easy cleanup. User on the front line with the Spectre. Some nice shots, but Astar is going to land through the box. A headshot there with the Ghost. Gets it back into a 2v2. Fuse flanking. And Fuse is able to put away the map. 13-1, Vincent. An absolute blowout on Sunset.
Yeah, and what makes that worse, to be honest, Seymour, is that Shaheen Phoenix elected to bring us there. That's the real kick in the jaw, is that they kind of had the plan to bring us to Sunset, and then that happened. Now, granted, there was some real highlight moments. We talked a lot about Mar for Shaheen Phoenix, but I think that for Team Phenos, there's really no notes to talk about. They did it in the retake. When they played aggressive, they were finding those connections. They made sure to understand about the control that they had out in mid, and whenever it was lost, they quickly gathered back and was able to retake that area. They really did have a complete game, and that's rare to see.
They had a complete game on Sunset, even on the map pick. That wasn't their choice. Heading into Ascent, I'm sure they're feeling on top of the world, Vincent, and you know, one map away from punching their ticket into the money. Grand finals in the minds of Team Phenos after a very, very successful Sunset. We'll see you on the other side of this break quickly with Ascent up next. Welcome back, everybody, to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT edition. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. After sunset goes heavily in the favor of Team Fino, Shaheen Phoenix are looking for a little bit of revenge to rise from the ashes now on Ascent. Vincent, I want to give a big shout out to Zowie, XFX, as well as Assad for helping put on this tournament, as well as 404 Esports for making all of this happen for the broadcast and putting everything on behind the scenes. Vincent, it has been an absolute blast over these past couple of days, and for you and I, this could potentially be our last map to cast here for Valorant today, as TTL will be coming back with Ramon to finish off on that grand final. And for Shaheen Phoenix, I want to see them turn up, Vincent, because if there is one shining star on this team, it has been, and I just want to see more highlight reels from Mar.
Yeah, you and I were talking in the green room about how well Mar was doing, and I think that in general, this Shaheen Phoenix team, there's more to offer than what we saw on that Sunset pick.
100%.
Like the problem that they were dealing with there was multifaceted. Phoenix were doing all the right things, and I think that Shaheen Phoenix, and I'm very much speculating here, but it felt like they kind of got out of their game plan pretty early, and in order to try and adjust. And it's one of those situations where I don't think that was bad, but sometimes your adjustments don't work, and that was what happened. And so I think if we can see a little bit more from what Shaheen Phoenix were looking to do, their normal game plan, I think that will be a positive thing. With that being said, we're jumping into the agent select for map number 2. This is going to be Ascent, and so there's a pretty bog standard composition that we're going to expect here, and I think it's looking to me like we're going to see it on both sides.
I mean, Vincent, do I even need to say it? I want to see an Omen, a KO, a Sova, a Killjoy, and a Jet. And if you go anywhere different than that, if you deviate from that structure, what are you doing on Ascent? I don't know the last time that I actually saw somebody change that setup on Ascent that wasn't, memeing or trolling. And I think that when you look across the board for these two teams on Ascent, that is exactly what we are going to be getting as they are hovering all those characters for a mirror matchup.
Yeah, and the reason for that is it's just so strong here. There's, it's been that way for the better part of a year at this point, right? I mean, the last adjustment really was, bringing KO in. Some people tried to adjust to get the Cypher back in here when the Cypher changes came through, but ultimately that really wasn't the play. I think everybody's come to agree. So with that said, as we get those lock-ins, expectations are met when it comes to the composition. Now it's just a question of, does Phoenix continue what they started back on Sunset? And honestly, it's hard to see a world where they don't do that just based on momentum. I am a big fan of talking about the momentum in esports because it's huge. It's a mental battle as much as it is on the server. For the gameplay, you have to, if you have a winning mentality, then you often are going to be doing a lot of winning. And after that game, Phoenix has a massively winning mentality right now.
It's great that you bring it up too, because it works both ways. Mentality, it's a double-edged sword. When you get beaten 13-1, coming back from that is not easy, and not many teams can do that. So Shaheen Phoenix, I mean, they need to dig deep right now, and I don't think their solutions fall down onto just simply going to Ascent, playing in this meta. I need to see some individuals step up to support Mar a little bit more. I think that they had great ideas. I think that they had great executes. They need to be a little bit more thorough, and they need to support Mar.
I'm really glad you mentioned the executes as well, because how many times did Shaheen Phoenix get on the site and get a plant? Like, all the time. Pretty much all the way through. So, like you say, those basics have been good. It's about finishing it off strong.
Yes.
You see a B split about to come down, then they're already heading towards the back of Boathouse.
Kaido from the Raze back onto the Jet now. Paranoia looking to lead Kaido into back Boathouse. Urza, the first one to face this. May able to find a trade, but Kaido playing it so patiently, waiting for a chance to strike. And as soon as they do, that is the site falling down and Phoenix setting up views in a very aggressive spot. The classic. Ready to take the aggression head on. Distraction for Kaido, looking to keep all the attention on this Jet, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Views tucked away, swings out, finds Shinya, pushes in for more, but Peach did it. Not going to go down without a fight. Flashes back in, 33 HP with the Ghost in hand, and Now the information from the suppress flash out for user, and a kill easy peasy for Finos.
Man, is Kaido clean with it. This guy just so consistent. Watch this first shot. It's just so insane how clean it is. And even the second shot as well. It's just like, oh, found a little tap. Not even worried about like a first shot miss, not an extra shot thrown down range. It's pretty cool when Kaido's putting those together. A victory in round number 1 and a continuation of Sunset for the moment for Team Finos. It'll be, I think, the exact same setup for Shaheen Phoenix on their second round save. They've got one Frenzy upgraded and a little bit of half armor, if I'm not mistaken.
I think 5-on-5 retake is the right way to do it. One thing Shaheen Phoenix definitely struggles with are losing these fights early, and yes, that suppress is going to catch a lot. So information for Finos, exactly where they want to be. Spread out, looking for clues. And as soon as they find them, the kills to follow up.
Yeah, they put the clues together, and they've unmasked the villain. It's quick and easy, simple, one could say. Granted, not much up against that. There was classics for the most part. This is where things get a bit more serious, and you know, Shaheen Phoenix taking the fight out mid early in that last round, just keeping grouped up. That's another thing that they've done to play grouped up and try and overwhelm on some of these eco rounds. That's been a very effective strategy in the past. Didn't quite work out this time. And without so many deaths, Team Finos have quite a solid bonus round purchase.
And not only that, I don't want to count them out in the bonus round either. Mar looking to take some contact through the catwalk. That's a big kill, shutting down Kaido. In the duelist battle, now Mar just needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, going to lose their controller. But Mar still continuing to stand strong. Ray aggresses back in. That's 3 from your Jet. And Shaheen Phoenix, this is a moment you need to secure.
Plant will go down, so at least there's a post plant to contend with, but they've got a ton of players walking in one by one, though. That's not ideal.
And yeah, Mar gets a little too ahead of the curve, and Shaheen Phoenix, in these moments, we've seen them lose them time and time again, and it seems like they're falling into their old woes. Peach did it, falls, bringing this into a 2 versus 2, and now they're split. Pookie Bear just tucked away in hell, waiting out the time, almost getting around, swaps to the classic, and Mage is not able to lock the shots. Finos in the bonus round win, 3 unanswered to start off Ascent.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's a bonus round win. The brutal part of this is it's 2-on-4. A 2-on-4 that just should never be working out in the favor of Team Finos. Again, we talked about it. Mar delivering a triple kill, opening the door, and destroying the entirety of that cat push, and it still isn't enough. That is brutal, both for the round and the mentality there for Shaheen Phoenix. That's gotta hurt.
With capital B, brutal. It doesn't even really describe this for now. Kaido gonna be looking to work off of his lockdown, see if he can force anybody in some unfortunate situations, and May looking to make the best of it. 2 before going down. That should completely bring Finos to a halt before getting the spike planted, and look, Peach did it, starting to work the flank.
That's going to take a moment to get realized, and so with that, some time for Shinya especially to approach slowly, wait, and watch as, well, not so quiet anymore for Peach did it.
One enemy remaining.
There's going to be a suppress onto Views, but it doesn't even matter. User just drops on down. Finos absorbing the aggression back in from the retake, and you might lose out onto 2 in that round. Some beautiful shots coming out from May, who has really stepped up inside of Ascent. 4 and 4, but nothing able to be made after those shots, and a lockdown invested from Finos just to kind of really say, Vince, that they're not leaving this one up to chance. They're willing to use everything they can to just continue this reign of dominance.
Yeah, and I think that that's something to really be impressed by. You know, sometimes using that aggressive ultimate or you know, hanging on to it, it's a decision to be made, but it's about momentum, as we talked about, and keeping that up, keeping on the pressure, and keeping Kaido rolling as well.
Yeah,
has been huge.
As long as you're feeding into Kaido, I feel like his efforts are limitless. User is going to back up the duelist, and that's 3 kills immediately for Phenos, just picking apart Shaheen Phoenix one by one. Shinya last alive, and they're gonna fight this one into Wines. Paranoia gonna look to blind his way back into this. Shinya gonna use the TP on the other end, not gonna fool User at all. Phenos, they snap around, they shut down Shaheen Phoenix, and they just continue to roll through.
And I mean, Kaido, just the confidence to go for this type of play. The plan was just take mid control, and from there they just kept going. They never stopped. Team Phenos walking through Shaheen Phoenix in that last round, and a gun round at that. It's a bit of a tough one, a tough pill to swallow, the Shaheen Phoenix squad. And look at User once again back up at the top. This is on a roll that you don't always expect.
Yeah. I think one thing for Phenos that really makes them scary, Vincent, is that it's not just one, it is everybody who can roll through their opposition at any time, any place.
I mean, take that kill that Uriel picked up at the very beginning of this round, right? Just from the air, yoinked out, taken down. It was swift and quick. It was from the shadows being popped out there to grab the spike, just in case. Like you said, commitment to using those ultimates, even when maybe the round is should be already won, just to make sure there's no questions going into the back end of that. Mars on and off though.
Mars on and off. We can see if that can change some efforts. Setting up the op through mid as well, hoping to maybe catch somebody by surprise. Nobody really stepping up. Maybe Pookie Bear. He's going to take a shot at this one. And Shinya aggresses to take down Kaido. So a moment of confidence here from Shinya. And that is an opening that maybe Shaheen Phoenix can now look to expand on. With the Owl Drone from Views to look to continue to push through into the site. Flash out through the dark cover. Met by a Paranoia. Mar's going to miss their shot. And Shinya looking to find a second. The help of Mar will be there. The Hunter's Fury to hopefully soften things up. And it will. Uriel drops to the hands of the ultimate. 5 versus 2. You have to think, Vincent, this should be a Shaheen Phoenix round.
And from the shadows in the back of Boathouse, just to confirm that there's some presence here. That presence dissipated. Shinya may have opened the round with a brilliant shot, but she'll go down, and there's not much left to do for Team Phenos, but just set up and wait for the 4 players coming back in. A null command in back pocket for Shaheen Phoenix as well.
Mar continuing to be an issue here with the op. One left is User. Is User enough? Almost! One by one they swing, but eventually User has to reload, and that is when they take down this Omen. This tyranny that has been Phenos finally put to a stop. 7 rounds in, Shaheen Phoenix find their first.
Yeah, and it's no question that opening pick from Shinya really helps to set the tone, as well as Mar having the ability to have the operator kind of playing Overwatch from heaven, ensuring that, you know, as they come back out, as the attempt for Team Phenos to make their way through that smoke, it's being dealt with one by one. Love it from Shaheen Phoenix, but that is just one round. It is needed for them to find more than that.
You need to do it again.
Yeah, as much as I want to sing their praises for that round, it's not enough to just get that.
Shinya for a second thought they're going to try to do it again, but had doubts, and rightfully so. The onslaught of Phenos now looking to dictate this pace yet again. User on site alongside Kaido. Dark cover holding back what is these defenders. 5-on-5 retake yet again. And they do have the null command to maybe regress back into this.
Do indeed. Hunter's Fury as well. that's not particularly set up deep. Prefer farther back for the late take.
They're hitting this one together, and Shinya is going to be able to step up with the Guardian. Shinya finds 3. You gotta be kidding me. Views down low. May holding the defuse, not letting go. The classic for Views. Thought they're safe and sound, but they had to check the spike, and it's not going to have that chance. Shaheen Phoenix, it gets a little dicey at times, but they are slowly working their way back into this.
Yeah, and Shinya, though, has seriously taken a step up these last couple of rounds. Phenomenal attempt from Views there, but Shinya, again, the triple kill on the Guardian out here. I think got got a collat there at the start as well towards Generator. I'm not sure, but it kind of looked like it. It's very close. Regardless, Team Phenos, they have been stalled. We asked for 2 rounds, and we've been given them. Why Shaheen Phoenix? They started to stop the bleeding a little bit, staunch that, and find some space to work with on this map. And you can see Team Phenos starting to make a different approach. They went back towards A, feeling that they could overwhelm. Now they're more of a split effort.
Oh, User. I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Yeah, that's a good play, I guess. User not going to be fooled twice. And instead gets rid of Shinya. Gets rid of Peach, did it. And now gets that spike down. Flash on through. Mar not going to land that shot. Second one's going to hit. Uriel gives Mar the time of day, and this might be the issue. On the other end, Pookie Bear shuts down the push through trees, and Kaido safe and sound, able to duel against their opposing Jet. And to their rewards, they find an op on the ground.
Pookie Bear, a name we didn't talk about all that much, really delivers. If he gets traded right there, or just loses the first duel, that's a whole different story, because then Kaido's position is so out in the open. There's no way that he can really easily take that duel against Mar on the op from heaven. It changes the entirety of that. And this is a little bit of an earlier timeout. I think, again, could have been taken a few rounds previously, but as soon as they lose that round, that's when it's time to think things through. Go back to what was working and try and understand, okay, how did we find success on those couple of rounds?
And I think another thing, too, is not getting complacent here. If you're Shaheen Phoenix, you saw Phenos there just changes up their, I guess, general trajectory to get over towards A. Instead of pushing through a main, they do a split from trees as well. And I think that just kind of disconnected Shaheen Phoenix for a moment. That's enough for Team Phenos to just explode onto site and overwhelm with their numbers. And I think Shaheen Phoenix need to continue to stay ahead of things, continue to stay changing it up, and use their utility to see if you can enable players like Shinya, Mar, or May to have these high-impact moments.
See that. Bit of a change-up. Op out for Kaido. That hasn't been the case previously, but they're throwing it all at this B site. Hunter's Fury as well.
They really nowhere to go. Tiptoeing their way around a Hunter's Fury. Urza, welcome to the party. Mar, the Blade Storm out, and what is this? A brand new Phoenix. 3 incredible kills coming out with their pistols. And Mar with this Blade Storm just continuing to wreak havoc into the round. User running for the hills.
Once again, born anew, but it's the spike with the From the Shadows. Isn't going to instantly go for the plant, and as much as we can see what's going on, the User doesn't have a clue that this has already been cleared out. Though, not going to spot anyone. This is going to be suspicious. User
no
might just head
information
back B.
at all. Why not wrap this?
I love this. If he commits to this, because you have to know that he would be going towards A. You have to anticipate the rotation that direction.
Turret is going to be watching this for contact, and I think Urza is going to be in a great spot to just see if he can toy around with User, and now really stuck in this position, has to fight his way out. 22 seconds left, 1v3. Vandal at the ready, plenty of health, and 2 dark covers at his disposal, but gun's not ready early enough, and Urza repositions underneath the eyes of User, pops back up. 3 big kills coming out from the killjoy of Shaheen Phoenix. The first 3 of the map couldn't have come at a better time.
User trying to play mind games with Shaheen Phoenix there, but Shaheen, their mind too strong, fully able to withstand that attack from the Omen.
I think maybe for a second, User was trying to do a little bit too much.
I don't know. I agree. I think that User made a play that made a lot of sense. It was a gamble, a 50-50. You know, whether there was going to be the players at A or at B. They ended up being at B. It is what it is.
So a couple of rounds for Shaheen Phoenix. Kept at 1 back on Sunset. So already upgrades being shown from this team. Nerves starting to settle down. Success being found and a little bit of confidence gained.
All positive signs. Team Phoenix, though, not out of this yet. Still a couple of rounds to go on this first half. And lockdown defensively. Otherwise, ultimates are not to be seen this round. Early presence for the attackers at A, but they've evacuated that area initially. Now they go back, and they'll have a bit of a split.
Our cover dissipates. Use. Take a peek, but instead Sonar's going to be let loose.
30 seconds
And looking
left.
to stay quiet, and Peach did it. Flashes themselves out. The paranoia to see if he can maybe show a little bit of support here for Shinya. Now all alone on site. 1 would be great, 2 would be outstanding, but not only going to be able to get anything. Urza elsewhere going to be able to find the better of Uriel. Views does end up falling. We are in a 3 versus 3. The lockdown is going to force these players to now look for an exit through trees, and they overwhelm Mar and Urza, maybe unsuspecting of the aggression back from the site. And Pookie Bear able to clean it up very simply at the end in the 1v3.
And it was the pace with which Team Phoenix took that space back. I mean, it was lockdown goes down, and you could see by the posture that Phoenix was ready to go there before the lockdown was even placed. They saw the ultimate available. They knew what was there, and they knew what to do in order to counteract it. And it was that pace that Phoenix brought that Shaheen didn't expect, wasn't really ready for, despite, I think, Urza being in the right spot, was caught napping just a little bit.
Little snooze out in the trees, and Team Phoenix, they are going to make sure you are punished. Attackers now, it's their turn to drop the lockdown, and Urza has to show some respect. The swarm grenade hoping to delay the push off of that lockdown. See if you can separate these players of Team Phoenix, who actually haven't really been able to make anything out of this lockdown. The spike moving over towards A. Peach did it. Will be here, but you have to play your time. You need to wait for the reinforcements.
It was a big fakeroo from the start, to be fair. Cleared out the A site, and cleared out Mar as well. Tree evacuated as Pookie Bear dominates.
Pookie Bear to find such an impactful kill. Peach did it. Needs to activate in this moment. Phoenix looking for their 9th, looking for yet another commanding lead at the half, and Pookie Bear might just be making that happen. User with an egregious TP all the way into heaven. Gives up their life, but Views not too far behind to make that trade. 9-3 for Phoenix. Looking out of this world inside of round 1 of the tournament. If there's anybody who's going to step up to Uyun in the grand finals and put up one show, it is going to be Team Phoenix, it looks like. Shaheen Phoenix, they need a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, as much as they do need a miracle, though, this has looked better and better from them. They've adjusted well on Ascent. Not too sure what we're doing here with Team Phoenix on the timeout. Hey, guys. Great job. We're in the lead by 6. So anyway, how's your day been?
My day?
Your day, yeah. How's your day
My
been?
day. My day been? It's been good. It's been a good day.
Glad to hear it.
You?
Pretty solid. My day did start like just 3 hours ago, so you know.
My day is looking to just end in a few hours.
Well, unfortunately, Shaheen Phoenix is kind of in the same boat. That is, unless they can make a incredible comeback story happen once again. We asked that question back on Sunset. A little bit too much to do. There is a significantly different margin here, though. Even though it's only a couple of rounds, you and I both know how different 9-3 is as opposed to like a 10-2 type of situation.
The curse. The 9-3 curse is very real, Vincent. I mean, plenty of teams have, I want to say, like a false sense of security at a 9-3 half. It's like, it's not enough to, you know, count the opposing team out. It's not enough to kind of have that ego that you're ahead. And you still need to show some respect here if you're Team Phenos, because if you let off the gas, we've seen it from a lot of teams that you can give up a lot at a 9-3 half in just losing this pistol rounds. And for, I think, Shaheen Phoenix on their attacking side, it is going to be considerably more difficult now moving from the defensive side to the attacking side of Ascent. But we saw Team Phenos able to pull them apart. Now they need to replicate that.
And here's where it starts. A little bit of mid-control being worked on. This is an El Clasico. What looks to be a B-split setting up. I feel like a ton of teams run this strategy because it is just so good on the pistol.
Oh, Lamar and be able to catch Uriel unsuspecting of the flank, and Peach did it to double down. One more left on site to deal with. It's Views running away as fast as they can. Urza's going to catch them with the classic, not before letting loose the shock dart and taking down Peach did it.
Well, from behind, once again, Team Phenos find themselves in a disadvantaged situation and a lot to do, but all three of these Shaheen Phoenix players are committed to the site. That does mean that there is some opportunity, some chances to clear out all these angles, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
That Nanoswarm's going to be tricky. Time continued to delay. Mar, first line of contact for User, falling. No time for Kaido to make this work at all, and Urza going to be able to remove this jet. Find the pistol round for Shaheen. A very much needed moment for this team on the comeback.
Hey, step number one done and dusted, and I think that, again, the timing, walking into Team Phoenix from the mid-split, they clearly weren't really anticipating it, despite having a good setup for it, which is a little bit confusing. Nonetheless, a win is a win, and Team Phenos are mostly going to be ecoing. They have bought 3 sheriffs in this round, which is always a dangerous sign. You know, we haven't really seen them actually have to eco. In fact, this might be their first eco of the entire series, which is crazy to think about, but we know the amount of skill they have with the rifles. It's not a surprise, or wouldn't be, to see them have that with the pistols.
Let's see if they can find the conversion now. Mar leading into A. They're going to get rid of Kaido. That's a lot more comfort here. Urza continuing to step up. Heal with the Spectre is going to remove the controller, so no smokes to get things back in. A lovely shot there from Pookie Bear, and that is a Ghost recovered. Maybe a Spectre as well.
Maybe something more to be done. I mean, any damage in this round for Team Phenos is a huge push for them. But that damage looking to be limited at the moment. Views is the only one left alive, and actually now knows where all 3 players are located.
Drops down Views. Disgusting with the Sheriff. Flash is going to make it hard to confirm the second one. Peach did it, still teasing at the idea of this gunfight, but Views making it a one-on-one. Still plenty of time to make this happen, but Peach did it, won't allow it at all. And Shaheen Phoenix still on the rise.
Incredibly clean shots, though, from Views. That was far too close for comfort, and, well, I said any amount of damage would be massive. That's huge damage done. Just one player surviving. That being Peach did it, and Team Phenos now have a big advantage in what is a bonus round, but kind of is more of an eco with the weaponry Shaheen Phoenix have on offer.
Who did it, Vincent?
Peach
did it.
Revealing area. Let's see where you're going.
That's a huge one-on-one, though, to win. Not only for the round win, but for the confidence of some of these individuals not having the best performance back on Sunset. Uriel, somebody who was an iron wall back on Sunset. Not needed right away here, but able to close out. As soon as Shaheen Phoenix get caught in the blender of the market, I mean, with these Vandals in hand, you see Phenos finally able to activate on defense.
Yeah, I mean, they ran into a meat grinder right there. Let's be real. There was no question when everybody was so prepared for them to walk around that corner. When Uriel's getting flashed off and feels no need to even make a move, was so calm. That's how you knew it was bad for Shaheen Phoenix walking through that choke point. Nonetheless, that wasn't the real big round. This is that round.
Again, I mean, I can't say how good Mar has been enough. Door's gonna close. User spraying through the smoke, somehow catches Shinya. That's ridiculous.
Oh man, and that now equalizing thing. The Hunter's Fury is there to try and deny the spike plant. It'll be successful in the meantime. Uriel walks in for 2.
It's not even the fact that the Hunter's Fury finds the kill. It's the fact that Hunter's Fury draws the attention away from Heaven and allows for the retake to just pour on in. Pookie Bear 20-9. User 18-8. Views 16-8. Just individually, these 3 members always putting in so much effort to shut down Shaheen Phoenix. And I mean, Mar 15-15. At least staying even here against Team Phenos, putting up quite the fight, but just in rounds like that, it seems like Phenos can do no wrong.
We saw, you know, in Sunset, Pookie Bear not necessarily lighting up the scoreboard because that really wasn't their role. But on Ascent, you know, playing this role is a lot more of a star role. You know, getting in with the Killjoy is often so important. You're really anchoring sights at the right moments and really key in retakes as well. And that's where you can see Pookie just starting to show what they have to offer.
So you're just going to be playing the quiet game in the corner and able to walk away with the easy pick there on the Peach. Did it. Ball bang lands for the headshot. Reaggresses back onto the catwalk. Won't be able to find the kill onto May, but has some help. Pookie Bear and Kaido able to finish things off. 12 rounds for Team Phenos, now looking to put themselves in the grand finals.
And they're so darn close to doing so. I mean, we talked about the individuals for a moment there for Team Phenos, but just the team play has been so incredible. Their spacing when they're taking these fights and finding trades has been great. But, you know, how many times in the late round has Team Phenos been down and still had either a chance to make the comeback, you know, winning in like a 2v4 or 2v3, but not only just a chance, actually converting that. Far too often, far more often than you'd ever expect.
Yeah. For Team Phenos, at this point, you can see that this team has their sights set on a win. And they're able to jump through hoops to make it happen. So good, so strong, so trustworthy with each other. Though User a little bit off the mark with that crosshair placement. Mars going to punish Urza. Finds the second one, and Kaido falls in one. The execute over towards A might be enough to keep this in it, but that's the spike down all the way in checkers.
Oh, but they got from the shadows to grab it back. How fortunate. Oh, that would have been...
You're lucky for that.
Absolutely, that could have been round over. Otherwise, the spike will be denied.
Pookie Bear again steps up, and this could be it. Mar in the 1v2. Glass still intact. Have to make some noise to win this one out. Views looking to check it. 1v1 Mar. No other player you'd rather have in this moment, but I like this call from Pookie Bear. Drops the lockdown and now gonna make Mar reposition. A race to the outside. Mar, not sure if they're gonna be ready. They meet at the edge of the lockdown, and it's Pookie Bear for 3. Team Phenos 13-5 on Ascent, 13-1 on Sunset. A very dominant showing here in our Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT edition to send them to the grand finals.
Yeah, and listen, holding Shaheen Phoenix to just 6 rounds total over a series, I think that really sets the tone for what Team Phenos have on offer and why they deserve to be the grand finalists and why they are going to be able to put up a good fight in those grand finals. With that being said, I mean, the clutch potential that was there for Phenos, I think that's what really carried them over the edge for me specifically on a set, right? How, that 2v4 that they were able to pull off, the amount of times it was a disadvantage situation and they brought it back. That last round, a great example of that. It was a 2v4 again, if I'm not mistaken, and that still falls by the wayside. As we take a peek at the bracket one more time, this is the locked-in grand finals.
The finals are set. A little bit of I'd say a misstat at the top there was Team Oyun to take the win in our first match of the day, 2-0 over Piff the Path. And that is going to set things up to match up versus Team Phenos inside of that grand finals happening up next, Vincent. It has been an incredible weekend casting alongside you across Counter-Strike 2 and now Valorant for some Sunday morning action for you and I, Sunday night for others around the world. I mean, you just love to be watching some esports at any time of the day. But any finishing thoughts before we close out, you and I, and send it on to TTL and Ramon once more?
Yeah, I mean, I think just another congratulations to Phenos. Just really impressed with what they put together. And, shout out, I feel like individually, Mar really showed up and continued to do so in that second game for Shaheen Phoenix. It just really wasn't, they didn't really have enough of a handle. Even when they found the advantage from Mar, it didn't quite work out. But a valiant effort for them nonetheless.
I agree. Love to see Shaheen Phoenix back in the next tournament. And for now, folks, we're going to send things to a break. You're watching the Dubai Esports Police Tournament SWAT Edition. And after this, you're going to be joined by TTL and Ramon to put things away in the grand finals. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned for some more Valorant.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
He'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Final Gauntlet is upon us. The Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition reaches its final conclusion and last resting place. I'm Time to Light. Joining alongside me here is Ramon as we're headed to the Valorant Grand Finals here in the Dubai Esports Tournament, brought to you by Eastside. I gotta say here, Ramon, watching Phenos just walk all over our second semifinalists felt a little bad, but they very much deserve it. I may have to retract my statement of I don't care who wins the second semifinal.
Because it has been an entertaining performance, to say the least. The first time that we've seen, I believe the second time that we've seen Sunset this whole tournament, where Phenos have shown a lot of growth, a lot of conviction in their attempts at taking map control against Shaheen Phoenix. Where on the second map, you also got one heck of a performance barely giving them another round. Over to the second half where Shane Phoenix held on. Shinya did all the best that she could. But in the end, Phenos were able to stop them all throughout that Ascent map. Now we head on into the final stomping grounds. It is Oyun and Phenos, the two titans in our bracket so far. And with the map selection, it is looking as dire as ever. Ascent, the first map pick. And you already hear the groans out for Daniel. He doesn't like this at all, man.
Okay, I actually do like the rest of the pool. Lotus is a nice second map. I love Icebox as a decider. I think any map in this pool, this competitive pool, other than Bind and Ascent, would be a good decider. I think any map in this pool, other than Bind or Ascent, I'd be happy to see played. I still have not seen Sunset, except for like 2 times back in December of last year. It's rough out there, man. I wanted to cast Sunset. Why couldn't we split the other game the other way around? Oh, what a shame. I mean, granted, Sunset didn't last that long anyway, so it may not have mattered, but still, I want to see the map played. I want to see the new ideas, new playstyles, and instead, I get to see Ascent, where everybody's going to run the same composition. If they don't, they're going to lose. You ready? My omniscience is telling me. Jet, KO, Sova, Killjoy, Omen.
If you get at least 2 of those wrong, I'm going to eat 2 chocolate bars. I'm going to be marking that.
I'll down my coffee from 14 hours ago.
My goodness. Well, if that's the case, then we're going to be heading on to agent selection. And
wow.
What did you say? KO, Sova, Omen.
Oh my god. I mean, the only difference is that Cypher. Yeah.
Yeah. Not Killjoy.
And that's really just like a personal pick. I feel like Flick playing on the Cypher is a little surprising to me, especially considering they ran the Cypher but not on Flick. They were running the Sage in our semifinal. The other side does run the normal composition. It's Ascent. It's the same composition that has been run for calendar years plural at this point, and the game has been out for just calendar years plural at this point. The most common composition is played 66.2% of the time. That is the one you see on that side of the screen. The other most common composition played 6.3% of the time. That's played on that side of the screen. I gotta say, this is about as I can't believe, wow, oh my goodness, so exciting.
See, I mean, there's like a reason. There's a reason why. It's
I'm not only saying that because it's 5:15 a.m.
Over on your side, it's like 7:17 p.m. on my end. But you know, there's a reason why this all works. I mean, I'm saying this composition right here works in a lot of situations, since this kind of gives you like a well-rounded cause. So like your team composition, you got double initiators, which the Jet will be very happy to pick up as a support staff. You give him an operator, then your teammates have one big responsibility, is to make you comfortable, like how I am right now. Since you're also new to the Dubai Police Esports tournament, Daniel, I'd love for you to be on the next one.
I hope so. Shout out our back-end production 404, and also the tournament organizers putting this whole event together, making sure we can bring you these events. I know this is, I believe, the 3rd iteration of the event, upon at least further inspection of online resources, because they've fourth iteration, 3rd that I saw. Okay, well, I saw 3 beforehand. I know how to count, I promise. But honestly, this is one of the coolest things I've seen outside of, traditional esports tournaments. Seeing this instituted into a SWAT edition and brought into a giant police expo like this one, cool to say the very least. Like we said, compositions are not too exciting. The fact that there's a Cypher is the most exhilarating thing, but these 2 compositions account for about 72% of compositions and are seen in just about 89% of games. So,
as vanilla of a map as it can be, will we see vanilla strats head on, because it's an aggressive take from Sigmunder, which again can be as popular as ever. The A short extremity is the one that you want to push out on. Back gets the first blood of the finals, and will convert down onto Kalua, who is going to get transferred on down. Kato gets one before he falls to the ground. It's an easy 2-piece for back, and they get ace sight that quickly.
Quick walk in, and they will have the post plant set up. They also have that mid control on the Cypher. Now, this is one thing I'm a little concerned about. That Cypher's very far away. Recon Bolt being set up here, it should be a push directly off the back of it. But look at that. Mind is so aware. He's got the mind for it. And he may very well have the round off the back of it. 50 HP for 2. That does marginal damage, but nothing to write home about. There's the jump up, does more damage onto both players sitting inside of Heaven. But Pookie Bear with 2. Sigmunder now a 1 versus 2 in the sights. No flick, rotated all the way into Heaven. And the pistol goes Oyun's way.
And initially, the Cypher being that far away and pushing onto the A-short extremity means little if they're able to control the front lines anyway. You see Mind already with the jump up, which he was prepared for. Since they knew that nobody was going to be pushing on door anyway, very late into that post round, they weren't making any noise whatsoever on short since they already left the Cypher back on that extremity alone. They just let him make his moves on his own. So Heaven not being fully secured, plus even though they pushed out with the perfect timing of the paranoia, the fact that they were able to shoot through the blind was a really nice cause for the pistol round. So 1-0 score for Team Uyun to start. They started with only 1 smoke to boot onto the mid side, and the fact that it wasn't contested was impressive from their side.
Yeah, they just walked through. A quick 2-tap, I suppose, onto Ural, and I'm looking at this from Fino's perspective and saying, where's the change? For the time being, if you see the timer looking at the top of your screen, it is frozen. No, your screen is not frozen. Yes, we're currently in a technical pause. This is not a tactical pause. That's a much cooler looking timer that freezes everything, and there's the freeze timer being disabled. So, back into the game. Apologies for that one. Everything seems to be all sorted away. If I'm right, so should this round. Outlaw out. Arguably my now favorite gun in the game because it's just broken. It is the best second round buy a team can pick up. It is a little expensive in comparison to maybe your Spectre or your Stinger, but it's about the same cost as a Bulldog. It's not too much of an investment, all things considered.
Yeah, plus it's a very easy conversion back on the third bonus round. If you're able to get the headshots, or at least actually like a very lucky body shot to somebody with a light shield, then that is more than enough compared to like a Bulldog that usually doesn't hit 60% of the time. Really is like the conversion. I ran through the map.
Yeah. Oh, well, Team Finos have decided to go gambling. And they've gambled wrong. Not a soul on this side of the map, and B is more empty than my DMs.
Oh! Yeah. Need some help with that one, Daniel?
No, I've got a girlfriend.
Spike
It's great.
planted.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah.
No, it was just for the line.
They found my wife.
DMs for the homies.
I got you.
Kaito. Not to be the difference maker this time with the flank, but again, they have the better guns, so they have no hesitation to peek on out, get map control, and just say that you cannot enter the set alone. The 3-piece for Isolid, who controls, again, B main as a whole with the Bulldog in hand. It's not the Outlaw, but it damn well is as underrated as ever.
Yeah, about as clean of a conversion round as you like. Outlaw, like you said, being kept over here. And something to keep an eye on. There are 2 members, probably going to end up being 3, with half shields. I'm a little surprised that there is this much of an investment without as much utility. I believe both the KO and Banger on the Killjoy will have to take some concessions in terms of that utility, so just something to keep cognizant. They will survive a body shot from the Outlaw. Can't say the same to the headshot of Kaito. Goodbye, Jet, and the Doppelganger duel goes the way of Oyun to start.
Yeah, the light shield, well, actually, he had a full shield up to boot, but the crouch didn't really do much for him, except make the Outlaw shot land easier on his side to get the early 1-0 score. Well, views. Interesting off angle. Does expect one to come out, and because he has his utility out, it doesn't matter, because Sigmunder already took the risk and head for the wall bang. Himself to open space, but because of the molly, can't really follow through with Sigmunder and his entry on forward. Alone, they already got the door closed down on market, so that will delay the push out from Team Finos. A 3v4 that I'd say is doable unless they're able or not able to get control over B main, since that is where the Cypher is holding.
You got... Oh, the problem is you have 1 B-bait, and you also have a forward position on Catwalk holding that same cross. Smoke out, Paranoia will miss. Nice double tap from Mind and help from that same Catwalk position. No easy way in. The only way out is through a 6-foot grave. Finos taken care of, and Oyun, 3rd consecutive round, now keeping 4 players alive in back-to-back rounds, and their economy blooming. Finos will be lucky if they can afford full shields in a force buy.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the first blood doesn't come their way anyway. And again, Oyun are showing their strength, which is again taking control of one side of the map, making presence to try to see if they can get the rotations back on, and that's where they become aggressive. Since on the other side of the map, sometimes you never expect the team to rotate back around, but they do, and they do sometimes. Kaito pushed up mid lane, aggressive as ever, but the lineup doesn't work out for him. Flick, on the other hand, has other plans for the squad. An early wallbang headshot, 2 pieces come around for the initiators. They do have a really interesting way to react to this. They got wine up in heaven. Plus, you got an Omen up on the heaven position to see if they can get control over A. Phenos, their 2 initiators, are going to be really late to the cause since Team Oyun have invested a lot in towards that mid side, and, well, didn't really lose out on anything other than time. It's not that much.
I mean, time may be the most expensive commodity, depending on who you ask. Recon Bolt vertical goes into heaven, but honestly, this round just seems to be over. I'm very surprised Phenos are going for this. You're probably looking for exit frags. You can pick them up. There's 1, there's 2. Outlaws gross. Full this round. Oyun have died 2 times in 3 rounds. That shows you what a statement they've made to start things off, and it's about as clean as you like. And the Outlaw, again, still broken. Do not have full shields.
Yeah. Sometimes even with full shields, you can't really win a gunfight, and sometimes you could just get spammed down by just those 2 bullets. It's that accurate, you know? If you spam the 2 bullets from the Outlaw, it almost seems like it doesn't really miss the mark sometimes. That's crazy. For 2,400.
I don't have that commodity. Is that like a DLC or what?
Well. Yeah, if you have to buy a DLC for Valorant, then that's kind of sad.
$70 skins, by the way. Smoke the CT. Onslaught through. 2 players on the site. There is a shot to defend here. They have to play directly around one another. Cloudburst goes far. Goal posting here for Banger. They've got help from views. 1 for 2. Not good enough. And Phenos try to retake quickly. What is Pookie Bear doing? They have no support. And just hold W without any help? That's a questionable. And already, what, 4v2? And no util? At least nothing to write home about here for Phenos. This is not good.
Yeah, just the aggressive take on again, back on that stairs position, and they attempted something, but the wide angle doesn't really help out anyways. One way picked up, at least some sort of a one way to be exact. Sigmunder wins the fight. It's the Blaze Storm and a conversion for Kaito, pushing out of the stairs position, but Isolid will lock it down with a 5-0. That is another clean sweep for Team Oyun. And at this point, Team Phenos have to feel ready about the next rounds to come, because this is again another round where they need to consider all of their options. They haven't been taking the aggressive positions on the buy round, and they haven't been doing anything to try to stop the momentum out for Team Oyun. So a good timeout, possibly a good sign for the reset mental. However, the execution hasn't been perfect. They haven't been doing anything to try to relocate where the attacking rotations are going to be coming from.
So the question remains for Phenos, what do they see as their main problem? And naturally, we have the omniscience, we see all, we know all. I suppose omnipotence rather than omniscience. You still have to focus on what they try to improve on, because they may identify something as the main cause of a problem and improve on it, but it was not the main issue at the end of the day. From my opinion, and from, looking as the omnipotent viewer, you have to remember they cannot pick up early gunfights, nor do they have the opening map control. Now, they've tried to solve that in multiple different ways. The previous round, for instance, they defended the B site in the most condensed way they possibly could. 2 players on the site sitting inside of Boathouse doing absolutely nothing other than waiting. We saw it didn't work. The round prior, they hold W up mid. They lose a couple gunfights. It didn't work. They're trying for a combination of those 2, where you have to play for hesitant control, poking and prodding, looking for what's being given to you, rather than what you can take right off the bat. And I don't think they're seeing that directly. Here's that W key into A. Goodbye, Kaito. Make it 2 or 3 onto Uriel. Views gone just the same. The only one they're seeing is vertical from 6 feet under. And Phenos already into 2 versus 5. This attempted force by Eco is going by the wayside. And a sheriff shot not even going to hit, much less find a kill. Bangers in a 1 versus 5. It's just not going to happen. This is a statement by Oyun.
Yeah. Does this happen in like 80% of the games that you casted on Ascent? This doesn't really
no,
happen.
I've actually had some pretty good ones. But I just don't like the map.
Ah, makes sense. Okay, tell me, okay, since
just
like
a
we're
hater.
coming into the next round, right? What are the things that you don't like about this map, to be objective?
Okay, for all of you coming from Counter-Strike, it's basically if Mirage and Dust 2 had a child and made cardboard walls.
You don't like Dust 2?
Dust 2 is so bland. I'm so sorry. And the other problem I have with it, like you look at Sunset or Split or really any other map, you can say there is reasonably so many compositions that are viable. This map, 66% of the time, a team will pick the same 5 agents. And that is across all professional play over the last 90 days. That's before and after the Sky nerf.
So we give like any more leeway to somebody who picks double duelist, because at least they're doing something different, right?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, seeing a Cypher here was a positive thing for me, because casting Collegiate, all I see is the standard comp you see at the top left of your screen. But that's my personal opinion. That's what I have to say about it. Seems like A, again, is the point of contention. Spray through back, doesn't find the first shot, will have help for the second. Jet is isolated by Isolid on the site, and they're smoked off, just like that Spike Plant 5v4.
Yep, really Hunter's Fury too, just to, you know, put some emphasis on getting the heck out of my sight, but Views doesn't really get any value out of this. All that it did was to deny a bit more seconds before they can plant on for the retake scenario. So 4v5, 3-4 ultimates out for Team Oyun that they could use if they find the need to do so. However, as much control as they have over at Heaven, they're making things hesitate over at Team Fino's side. Even denying the utility out for everyone on Heaven. A triple for Mind. Out power over the side of Team Oyun. A 7-0 scoreline. A huge streak that is very, very hard to disrupt, since their momentum is on the high, their confidence has been on point, and if you could tell, they haven't been whiffing their shots all throughout, since even if they aren't having these gunfights, the fact that they're able to get that early map control head on is just really difficult for Team Phoenix to start with.
Here's something I didn't know. I didn't know that if you were in that like down but not out form with the null command before they stabilize your core and the round ends, that you actually save over the gun you had. I always thought that if you don't get stabilized before the round ends, you end up fully dying. I believe that's like one of the first times I've seen that, so I don't know. I was like, why are they not stabilizing the core? And then I realized, oh wait, useful to say the very least, something to keep an eye on. Bladestorm popped, Finos seemingly wanting to dedicate themselves as much as they can to this round, but you're looking at that plus pistols. The Bladestorm is basically just a replacement for a primary rifle you can't afford to buy. Neural Theft perfectly used here. Have an opportunity to take advantage of it. An isolated player over towards A, and one in Pizza. Banger is sent to the Shadow Realm. And all the information you need, you have the entirety of the A site. Look at the map. No one's on A for Finos. And this rotation from the top of Heaven, yeah, goodbye Pookie Bear.
Now imagine that, right? After the neural theft, that's when you give up A site. That's when you don't seek out tree control. That's when you give the open space up for them to take A site without that much force. Another flawless victory for Team Oyun. Man, I'm trying to find something.
Just what? Hold up. Watch this. What? Sigmunder's looking in the smoke. Right side of a scope flick. Goodbye. Okay, bro. That's insane. I don't know where his Cloudburst went. I think he threw it at his feet and it just disappeared. I mean, Houdini's in the house because Phenos are disappearing in front of our eyes. What a shot. It's 8-0. And I don't even think it's that close.
I mean, he's invisible the whole time. It's almost like he can't be caught by any recon darts, man. And even if he does get caught, then what happens then? They're not going to kill him. They're not going to do anything about it. They've been shooting them down every single time. And even if they do something like this, they're not going to get punished. It's an early two-piece out for Sigmunder. And it's only a matter of time before they get mid-control. Pookie Bear doing a little bit interesting to try to see if they can get a short defense. But what else?
Spike plant at the bottom of stairs on B. And Mind is sitting in CT spawn, and there's no way Pookie Bear's expecting that one. Talk about a jump scare. It's not Halloween season, but it's about as close as it gets to it for the Omen, who ironically enough usually does the scaring, and I suppose did onto themselves in that scenario. A little bit of a doppelganger moment. You can get the general idea. Banger, however, 1 versus 2 here. They have the lockdown, and they should know that Isolid's over, but it doesn't matter. 9-0. Can they just, like, sign an agreement? Hey, Ascent isn't close, we can move on to map 2. I don't want to see it anymore. Because I really love Lotus, but Ascent and I have some beef.
The best of
Not
the
your best
and
friend,
we still
not your
forget
best
the
map.
spike.
I mean, okay, honestly, it usually provides pretty good games. I'm just a hater.
You have a close top two. Is the top two and the top one that big of a gap, or?
I mean, top two are probably Icebox, Lotus. The Icebox Sunset when I actually see it, if you go a little bit more.
Well, you could say the same as well for Kaito and his push back and flick, at least to make things interesting. Banger on the other hand gets shot out of the sky back, almost getting a 3-piece with Pookie Bear. He wins out the fight and he realizes that Mine is already on the other side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
And Sigmunder closes the door. I don't think that sound cue extended, but it didn't matter. They just walked through and dropped one down. Uriel, 1 versus 2. Sigmunder's looking the wrong direction, but may very well have the timing. They've tucked, but they have had their barrel seen. It seems like they're looking this general direction regardless. Uriel's position should be duly noted. They're now being watched, but they have to look at the opposite direction. They may think that the jet has gone all the way to A main, and they're wrong in their assumption. Sigmunder from behind, double digits in the blink of an eye, and Oyun are sprinting away with Ascent.
Man, 10-0, and if this isn't a domination, then I don't know what to call this. This is clinical from both Sigmunder and Isolid. Mine has been all across the map, and it's almost like you don't see him, but at the same time, he knows where you are. That scoreline is just, it's disgusting to look at.
I mean, all I'm saying is this is so much of a domination, it needs to be added to Call of Duty.
Ooh. Yeah. Switch games.
It just looks like Oyun's playing team deathmatch.
Oh yeah. It's almost like we're watching a deathmatch.
Forgot to show up.
Is this Outlaw v Operator
Wow,
action?
bro.
Yes, it is. And it looks like the Operator does win out on the attack. Oh. That's about the most amount of action that you could see around mid, since they're not really attempting anything other than Isolid around that fridge position. That's it.
Does Isolid get caught with timing here? There's a Killjoy tucked in the cubby at Catwalk. This could be a problem as it starts to develop. And they have guessed wrong, they being Oyun. There are 3 players all within about 10 square meters of each other. Isolid doesn't clear the corner and loses the fight to the Stinger of Banger. They have some support through a main, Mind with 2, and Banger now needs to support. Cloudburst through the door, everybody swings, and the dark cover will cover everything they need at the end of the day. Lockdown will be dedicated. There is no utility that can take care of this, at least not immediately, but in the process, Banger ends up dying as they break the door themselves. Now the Null Command makes it Counter-Strike, at least for one team, but Uriel in a 1 versus 3 can only find a single kill, as Mind goes for 4, and Oyun are 1 away from a flawless first half.
I mean, we can be happy with Uriel actually getting his first kill at the back of this 11-0 scoreline. At least Mind is able to capitalize on missed position timings or all the way towards that ace site.
So Mind has 1 less kill than Team Phenos. Top 2 is 10, Kaido's 14, Views and Uriel are 17. Mind is currently 16 and 4.
Get out of my way.
Ahead.
Wow.
They're gonna have a really long conversation after this game.
Maybe a little bit of a technical issue for a little bit of a longer break, we'll see. I'm kidding, of course, but this is not great. Spike down in mid does open up an opportunity for the denial of the flawless half, but Mind is still alive. Hunter's Fury going to be dedicated here, and Mind does find their first. Pookie Bear dispatched of after a 3-piece of their own, but Mind needs to look at Market as they swing, still win the fight! They do have that from the shadows as well, so watch for the spike. They're going to use it, hop on the spike, pick up the spike, go back to site, and plant it like nothing happened. Talk about a disappearing act. I said Houdini's in the house, I was not kidding. And now with a 2v2, both of Team Phenos are going to retake through mid, and it seems like they're going from mid to tiles over to main, but Isolid in a very off-angly position. Nobody clears logs on a B main retake, and understandably so, it's so sparsely used. Recon Bolt should not be able to see them. 1-for-1 trade, Banger low HP, Mind does not make mistakes. A 4-piece in yet another round, and Oyun go flawless in the first.
My goodness. And in this 2v2, I thought they had the perfect shot, the perfect chance to get a one on the board. But yet again, that B main double flank didn't really work out anyways. Even though the Logs player didn't need to peek at all, he just won the fight, then made it easier for Mind to convert on through. That early mid control was as valiant as ever of an effort for Phenos. But again, Mind being the difference maker for the squad, opening up the market position space, and when they got the spike because of the ultimate, that was when things collided for Team Phenos. They needed to make a decision, and that double flank, although it was ambitious, it just was not enough. Another 12-0 out for Team Oyun. They will have the huge advantage of winning this first pistol round and head on forward to the second game without a sweat.
Barring a miracle, Phenos is going to lose this map. Just the question is, what's the scoreline at the end of it? Tap from distance, damage from Mind, but no multi-frag this time around. I think one of the first rounds, they haven't had a multi-frag. Nice shock dart, bangers on low HP, and at very big risks of dying, but do they get swung? No flash through the smoke, Sheriff misses, second shot will land, but that's all she wrote for him. Oyun will resurge back into it, and they will glaringly take a sense. I'm so happy it was a 13-0, I still hate this map.
It was as fast and as easy as that for Team Oyun, and we have done everything that we could to try to squeeze the energy like out of this. But you know, what is there to praise other than the 13-0 that we got so far for Team Oyun? Well done, first game out of the way, and that is when Team Phenos just need to get the reset back on. But how do you reset when you see a game like this where every single corner you see time and time again Mind playing out of as well? Mind.
I'm also a little concerned if our semifinals were swapped and Shaheen Phoenix played Oyun, what would that game have ended like? Because Team Phenos won Sunset, like, what was it, 13-2 I think the scoreline was at the end, 13-1. I'm not gonna lie, I took a nap. It's still 5 in the morning. But you gotta say, that is a statement. If you have one team 13-0 another, and that team previously 13-0'd a second, would the transitive property of domination mean it's a 26-0 in map 1? I was never good at geometry and proofs, but I feel like that math tracks.
I think it checks out, you know? I think it checks out at the end. Well, you know, by the end of things, it is, well, a really big effort, I'd say, for the side of Team Phenos as well. They attempted, but they're not able to convert through. Their second game will be the best chance that they got into making this a close half. But for Lotus, well, I don't think it's going to be one heck of a problem for the other side, because I believe Team Oyun has got this in the bag. But will we be proven wrong? We will find out after the short break. Don't go anywhere, as the whole tournament will be right back after a few messages from our sponsors.
The Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition may very well be reaching its final map. Lotus on the cards, one of the only 3 map pools in Valorant, and now one of the only 3 site maps in the competitive pool, as Haven was fortunately removed. I wish it was Ascent. Anyway, Ascent was 13-0. I'm Time to Light, General Excitement, here's Ramon. If you're just joining us, you missed a heck of a lot of beef between me and our first map. And it seems like Oyun hated it as well because they wanted it as quick as could be.
The real BO3 here was, you know, Daniel himself and the Scent. So that's already off the picture. He'll be happy to take pick off on Lotus now. So there's the map pick of Fino. So maybe this could be a different thing heading on, possibly a different result since this is more comfortable on their side. But I do wonder if they're gonna do something different here because now it's gonna be up on the table for what type of possible team comps that they had. We're not going to be expecting a double initiator comp since I don't believe that is the best case if you want to do something aggressive. Now you got to be a little bit more crafty. Double duelist, please give me something. Double dive, yeah, possibly. That's the best thing. But that's possibly what Team Oyun are going to be looking out for, and I don't like it. I feel like they don't need to be this aggressive. If they're the ones on, you know, the upper echelon of things, they could possibly just chill. You know, double sentinel, something. Give me something.
I don't hate the composition on the attacking side. Finos are running single controller. They're running your standard Killjoy. Sometimes you'll see teams running Cypher on this map just because it's a little bit easier to reach that distance. But double initiator is where I'm a little surprised here. Breach alone is not absurd. Gecko alone is not absurd. Combine them, and it proves for a little bit more of a dangerous prospect. Dangerous in their favor, maybe not even against them. I'm excited to see how this works because Gecko is very rarely played in the top 13 compositions on this map. Gecko is all the way down at 1.41%. It is included in a composition that is at 1.41%. On the other side, it's double duelist. Seems like a W key may be on the cards. But hey, they had just such an aim diff, it's not even funny. You're on Ascent. If a team wins Ascent 13-0, it is not a play style difference, it is a mechanical skill difference. Because yeah, there are going to be games that end via very long margins, 13-3, 13-4, 13-5. But the fact that a team does not win a single round off of even an individual pop-off is very scary to me, going into whatever map it may be. And as we head into Lotus, our second and possibly final map, this will have to be the turnaround of the century. Going down 13-0 on the most played map in the game. Now to hopefully something that isn't that on one of the least played maps. Or what used to be the least played map. I think it's actually fairly often now.
I think it's also a good time to remind everybody what this is on the line for. It is 15,000 dirhams. And that's already a huge amount of money. Whoever wins the grand finals, and I feel like OU's gonna be taking that in the bag unless they do something, well, to stifle their own proceedings. We're heading on into the city side of Team Oyun. Sigmunder, well, he's on the receiving end of must be a passive angle. Surprised as he turns the corner. Views just capitalizing on a wide angle. Sigmunder, nowhere else to run, nowhere else to hide.
Nade goes long. Views should be caught here and is for damage. Second kill onto Kaito before falling. Becomes a 3v3. Wingman getting that spike down. A flash through. Great paint shell to the back of sight. But they will still be able to get the spike plant. And very chaotic position for Flick as they jump into the aftershock. They're lucky to be alive, but they have help from Mind, who's ever so present in the kill feed. And they'll continue to be between maps. Their skill transcends time. As will their round count. Now 14-0 in the series, and 1-0 here on Luz.
That is another stack of multi-frags for Mind. Always at the right place at the right time. The main protagonist of the anime that Mind is living in. Now showing that he is on the map and he is here to play. 3 kills on the round, a classic to boot. And what a way to start off for Team Finos, because I was so convinced that once they got mount control, once they had controlled the pace that is Jet trying to push onto the door's position, I thought that was it for them. But when Mind popped out of the Hall's position, it was already over before Team Finos knew about it.
I sincerely cannot believe we're now at already a pistol round victory. I thought, oh, it's a pistol round. I was honestly thinking this back on Ascent. It's the pistol round. This is where they're going to lose it. They've now won 3 consecutive pistol rounds. Two of them, or actually the last 2 rounds in that consecutive notion have been the pistol rounds. Pookie Bear, wow, goodbye. Mind is so good at Valorant. It is. Oh, never mind. Okay, my bad. That's on me.
Let's see. That's definitely on Daniel.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Okay.
Oh, peek out, and the door just swings open just so that they could get the 2 for the trade. And Kaito, god damn, that sheriff is just so hot in the 2 versus 1. Outlaw in hand, outside of the smoke, not the gun in the scenario, but maybe Daniel has other plans about it.
Dangerous prospect. First shot misses. Thrifty on the boards. Phenos, they deny the conversion round. Statistically, the most likely round that should have gone Oyun's way. And they win it. If that doesn't spell how this series has gone, I don't know what does.
Hey, you do not win against Team Phenos 15 times in a row. That's the biggest takeaway here.
So true.
Yeah. Beautiful shots again from Kaito to finally get around on the board. And something to say against, well, Team OU and then lackluster buy thus far. Sigmunder has let the Rays jump in towards that rubble position, which kind of means that 50% of the A site has been conquered by the attack. They got the better guns, and they also have G control, but Flick gets 2 off the back of a sheriff. That is just surprising, to say the least. Sigmunder follows with a 3rd, and there you go. Sometimes it's not about the guns, it's about how you hold them.
Swing from Pookie Bear. 1 versus 2 for Mind there. Spike will be planted. Isolate on a flank. The sound cue has not gone for them. That's the most important part. Nobody has heard anything for Team Phenos. No sound cues, no communication, no nothing. And there's a heck of a lot of no utility on either side. Isolate could find either player if they swing properly. One on the backside of the box, the other tucked into the cubby, and Pookie Bear ends up flicking to win the fight. The benefit of only having a sheriff on your opponents. And Phenos have their first lead. Baby steps. Baby steps here, Roma.
The little things sometimes can work out. The silver lining can sometimes pull you out of a very bad deficit. And in these dire moments, well, Phenos need them as much as ever. And now with their 2-1, now with their bye round, they can convert back on. But you could say the same as well for Team Oyun. Having the buy round of their own. An aggressive takeover rubble could be something to behold for Team Oyun. And Views has to be careful because he's primed up to take rubble as fast and as furious as possible. What a shot onto Sigmunder. He just landed from the updraft. It gets denied back on. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Mind and Flick, they are doing their best to hold on to main. And hold on, they did. Another out for back. And Oyun have taken control of rubble, but let be hold on by Team Phenos.
Spike, last player standing.
Spike again planted, but isolated. There's one. Showstopper will hunt him down. Seems like a heat-seeking missile out the Showstopper. It's an 8-point ultimate for a reason, it seems. I love how I said it's an 8-point ultimate, and yet it sucks. And it's an 8-point ultimate for a reason. All in the same, about 6 hours or so. That shows you how I feel about Rays. Oyun will tie us up at 2 apiece. This is a really good round to come back from for them. And it really just came down to the lack of spatial awareness for Phenos. They didn't understand the flank was already there. They didn't have the wide open real estate they needed later on, and honestly, it comes back to bite them.
Yeah, almost also like thinking that C-Link was something that they forgot about, since they haven't seen the Killjoy all throughout that previous round. And when they already counted 4 on the back of that rubble control that they got on the defense, they kind of lost on the attempt at trying to take that aggressively. So again, Sigmunder jumps on top of the rubble position. This time, not that much problems. Flick and back have already gotten, well, the back of Sigmunder as he's pushing on rubble, which prompts to rotate back on for the attacking side. Phenos or settling with the C-site push, which then results in the Killjoy farming up for the take. Isolid, the best sentinel on the roll, has to do wonders yet again. Pretty much when Mind has been taking over the map entirely. The lead stolen back away by Oyun as Phenos are back to the drawing board.
Sometimes the call is mind over matter, and that's what it is for Oyun right now. Mind is controlling the game, controlling the series, if you will, and can do so on multiple fronts. Phenos, they do have a heck of a lot of yellow bars at the top of the screen. All of those indicate ultimates that are available. You can see it on the ready side, the left side of the scoreboard. I still think the Rolling Thunder should not be a 9-point ultimate. The fact that anything's a 9-point ultimate is stupid. But I digress. And Phenos, now with the opportunity, paint shell goes long, will not find a heck of a lot. A one-way dark cover. This was set up by C, by the way. All the way over from C main is where that omen is.
It's pretty far. Means that he also over-invested back on C. Look at the amount of teammates are already back on C, while you even have like a Sentinel on site. Kind of means that you're leaving Flick instead to rights if he actually pushes too far, but at least he knows what he's capable of and what he's limited to. Well, back on the A site defense, where they're also thinking about where to go. Since they have A main control, they can still open the door and maybe, possibly, open themselves up for a B site push. Tacticals are locked down in place. It also gets destroyed because Mine could just destroy it that easily. The paper-thin walls of Lotus. Also kind of like a Scent Man. You just cannot ignore it. And sometimes you put the ultimate down, it's not going to be of good use if it gets shot down that easily.
Flick finds one, almost a second for views, but that'll do it. Thrash used dedicated, Paranoia through, a near sight, Dizzy, who can win it? It's Mine to do so, as is expected at this point in the series. Yoon had the perfect rotation. From the shadows was used by Mine to get from C long all the way over to the back of A in the blink of an eye at C. Even with the flank going through unsuccessfully, they still had the site pressure, and Phenos, they looked like they were thinking of disengaging and going a different direction, and honestly, it would have been the right call, even straight into B from the connector, but they don't make the call, and it's what ends up being their undoing.
If Views was looking forward to a very aggressive position, then why not just wait for the Gecko ulti to come up before he goes for the aggressive positioning, right? That kind of opens him up to a very wide peek on by two players around that site position. Kind of also devalues the Gecko ulti, which doesn't really spell too much positively for the side of Team Phenos at this point. Yoon back on the default hold as Views on top, and finally will deal something over to back, surprising the Sky, primed up for the ulti, or the utility actually. Kaito.
Wow.
Second again, and now finally they get a decisive call to take A site, and they have been successful.
This is a start. There is a flank being set up, but again, it's a very long and drawn out one. Isolated wins 2 separate fights down the bottom of stairs. What in the world is going on there? And now a defensive lockdown being set in. Keep an eye on this flank. 2 players will be forced. Now 3 players will be forced into this flank. They may be able to get down on towards the spike as those players are forced to watch the flank in the process. Isolid finds 4 kills in the process. Will the Omen steal the ace away? They don't have the opportunity. Isolid goes for all 5. The Rolling Thunder not even having the ability to be triggered, much less having an impact. And Yoon running away on an individual performance by Isolid, who stepped up in the semifinals, stepped up in map 1 when Mind was falling, and it just seems like individual skill is the difference maker here, Ramon.
At least when they had the call to go out of rubble, at least they were all 5 on rubble. Nobody attempting to at least push on the Killjoy, nobody to even try to at least destroy the lockdown placed up on stairs, which arguably they had time to rotate back around stairs and fight the Killjoy alone. But against all odds, it is the Killjoy that wins out the fight anyway. Sigmunder, beautiful shot from the op, and the showstopper just to get some space on. One beautiful op shot resulted in 2 on Banger and Uriel. And this alone is the match in a nutshell. A flawless round again for Team Yoon before they could get themselves space on B anywhere across the map. They have been thundered out of the site, then well, that just goes to show that sometimes aim is more than enough on how they can influence the match.
Yeah, it is a first-person shooter after all. There's a whole spiel. I think it was by Bren. It's a shooter. It's a first-person shooter. You shoot, headshot, die, headshot, die. It's a great spiel. Look up Bren first-person shooter spiel if you ever want to see it for yourself. Mind stuck in cubby. Oh, and there's a second player here. There's no way they clear this. There's just simply not a chance. One picked up, a second for an opportunity, but they missed the shots. Bladestorm also whiffs. What in the world is going on? Yoon, uncharacteristic whiffs, but they are very short-lived. Isolid finds 3 on the round, and blink and you miss it. It's a 7th for Yoon.
think that was an eco round, I would say, again,
Yeah,
for the T side anyway. So, you know, a throwaway round, I would say. Something to forgive them about, something to celebrate too. But you could also, like, prompt, like, how aggressive, like, the positioning was for OU. And after they knew that everybody was around Mound, that's how fast they were at opening the door. That's how fast they were at peeking onto the Mound position. They didn't want to give it up for free because they knew that they have the better aim. They knew that they can contend even in these aggressive positions. They're not going to get punished at all, especially with how fast rotations head on again from OU. 7-2 to start off their first half again, and this is just a bloodbath of sorts. Not in favor of Team Phenos because they have been struggling to find an opening at this point in time. They got 2 rounds, and yes, let's be real, that's definitely something that they were accounting for, but man, can't help but feel sorry about what's going on all around this Lotus map, because every time that they attempt, it has been thrown away from them because of a beautiful play either from the Killjoy or at least the Jet in this occasion.
This is a good start for them. In fact, where's the time? Where's the shot? Oh my goodness, uncharacteristic again. But it's Sigmunder with the upshot, and they still have sight control. Mind from up above doesn't expect a second, and they'll fall via their doppelganger. But again, the Jet still had B control and is flanking from behind. Unfortunately, isolated is the Omen as it stands, and they have very little help to work around. Dark cover thrown, similar to their paranoia, they'll use the Shrouded Step to get out alive. And both players playing around one another. Shorty point blank, not point blank enough, and it leaves isolated in a 1v2, and no clutch this time around. Uncharacteristic again for Oyun. Couple mistakes, and Phenos take full advantage and capitalize.
Well, I mean, you gotta give respect as well to how much they have controlled that main position by not being in the main position at all, just opening the door up, trying to see if they could get the angle through. But before they could even get the shot through, Back wasn't able to convert on the Killjoy, so Pookie Bear already opening up the space for the team without even needing to get a kill over to A. Uriel also bouncing back with, you know, something to celebrate here so far in their first half. Team Phenos, they need every round to count, and these are making this count so far as they go back on being that aggressive over at both sides of the map, leaving the Omen to be the guy to lurk around B. Pulling presence back around that A side extremity, so noted by the positioning of Flick, they know that there's at least one if they do decide to push onto main. But if they go everywhere else on the map, you can say the same, unless this Jet actually gives up C, so that also is something to think about if Team Phenos are aware of this.
Much slower round compared to what we're used to. Last couple, all in all. And at this point, seems like Oyun's more than happy to give them the space. Killjoy has extended mostly into B, has most of their utility set up through main, and has the split from A taken care of. Nice shot from Isolate to find the opening kill. And now over towards C, what have you, Team Phenos? Seems like the stack will go that direction, but can they find the Jet with this operator out? That's the question. Thrash will be dedicated, everything and the kitchen sink will be thrown through, as Thrash actually misses. Sigmunder's still here and will find the first shot. They don't want to back away, they don't want to disengage, and understandably so, but they'll miss the opportunity. Defensive lockdown will now be dedicated from the C-Link. By no means is this a safe plant, but they will still be able to get it down, and a kill onto Isolate in the process. Nades surprisingly not used here for Flick, and the forward position there for Kaito has to be used. One player detained, the other with some support around C long may be an opportunity, but the issue is the spike is not planted in a defensible position, and that will end up being their undoing. Yes, the Nanostorm will extend. Yes, it will actually go off, and Pookie Bear had a shot, but the 1v3 will fall just short, and Oyun will go up to 8.
That is just one heck of a bloodbath. They come up with the retake, plus with that Defender Killjoy lockdown in place, they had no time at all to reposition in a safe spot over at that non-position where the plant wasn't even for them anyways. Plus the Trailblazer, not even peeking out inside of that smoke, just waiting for them to push out of it just so that they could trigger it without that much help. Beautifully done. You just see the layering of utility just perfectly placed onto Oyun. And sometimes they just let the gun speak for itself. And Mind had a beautiful spot yet again. 14 kills in hand. Isolate 16 again to follow. Everybody else on OU just contributing in the most unique way. Now with the last round, possibly for the first half. This could be well done and dusted. Sigmunder, he switches to the judge, and that surprises Kaito because he had the operator prior to this.
You should run.
Point blank, Sigmunder now walking forward. They want to get aggressive with this. Surprisingly enough, they'll find the drop and pick up the judge and allow the operator to sing once more. They have some space to work with. turret will end up finding Uriel, so the 1-for-1. They'll end up using From the Shadows to fake out themselves and away from the lockdown, but they'll survive at the end of the day. Views into B. Has some space and support, but the problem is they don't have Heaven control. And Sigmunder jumping across the operator, they're caught out. Can't say the same for Isolid, who finds a 2-piece with just 1 shot. A 3K on the round, their turret picking up the first, and it is the collateral to close.
The second series that we've seen an operator 1 for 2. And again, the collateral just perfectly on top. Always at the right place, always at the right time. You cannot ask for a better half than this. Yet again, Team OU starting 9-3. And we've always thought that this was a curse, but it is a blessing right now for how they have started so strongly in the map of Lotus. Well, now they're on attacking side, and the pace could be set up a little bit more differently compared to how it was on the defense. But you know OU, and you know their pace. You know that it's going to be one heck of a bloodbath when they're the ones starting on attack.
Okay. This is not good. Team Phenos down 6. At least it wasn't a 12-0 first half. So, you know, step in the right direction, I guess. Flick just jumps in, double blast back onto the site. Dizzy straight up. Near sight doesn't particularly help, or fully blind sight, but good set of paint shells creates even more space than they need. And a spike will go down. This will be the 5v5 retake, and it looks like Team Phenos will send all 5 players from the same general location. Isolate will be the first one to fall, but to make it 3 players all set up in CT could start going for the flank, and it seems like Phenos have just now realized that possibility, but now with 2 more inside of CT, they have to worry about that prospect. First damage done, second swing for Flick is unsuccessful, but here comes mine in the 1 versus 4. Damage out of the first, but not even a follow-up. Kill. It's the pistol to go Phenos' way. They win both. No, just 1 here in the second half of Lotus.
Alright, homies, chill. We'll go
And
again.
I mean, if history dictates it, then OU are going to be forcing the bye into this next round because they believe that it was as close as ever. No, it wasn't. But they do end up like buying a few stingers in hand as I see it through the game screen. Plus, somebody's picking up a Marshall. I believe that is the Jet in hand over to the Team OU inside. So, you know that they don't want to throw away this round. Pistol really do come in the way of Team Phenos says, you are up to contend. I'm lying. It's actually 1 Marshall plus 3 sheriffs coming in total for Team OU, and they want to save as much money as they possibly can, deal as much damage as they possibly can, possibly win the round. If ever they get themselves the B-set control, Uriel, surprised by another shot through from the sheriff, and Isolid will get rewarded. A free bulldog and possibly the B-site in total. Isolid will take the next fight yet again, and a beautiful shot yet again from the sheriff. And he's looking for more hunting, but Kaito punishes. 3 versus 3, winnable for OU, and looking to take a second round out of the flip. But views, beautiful shot from the Vandal. 2 versus 1, but at this point, it's just a beautiful round out from the eco.
Sigmunder forced away. They will be able to get this spike down. Sigmunder forces themselves forward. Marshall out. They want the damage. They'll find it, but nothing lethal. Both players, 1 shot potential, but the Marshall can't even get a shot off. Views will find 3. Phenos go up to 5, and they're making this a reasonable map too.
Well, let's say a reasonable second half so far to Slate. And as a team who is down 9-3 and 1 2 pistols, and this is the best case scenario for them, something that they can work with, something salvageable to say the least, and Team OU will full buy into this next round. And this is definitely the most important round for them, because when they get this round, they get 9-6, they force them on an eco yet again, they win that eco, they get a 9-7 scoreline. So 2 more if they are ever able to get that follow through in this process. Will not be an easy one. Views starts off with a beautiful satchel charge through towards that rubble position and forcing them to rotate back to the other side of the map, walking into at least like the Sentinel land or wherever the Killjoy is on these C side things.
Is he up? That's very early considering the lack of utility dedicated overall. Oyun trying to make a statement here against the odds. Decent stack on the C side. Kaito finds 2. Help from the Paranoia to do so in both realms, and they deny the spike plant in the process. Point blank for Pookie Bear. The re-swing from Flick, there's 1, but they find nothing else. What a defensive stand by just 2 main members of Team Phenos. And they're up to 6. This game is far, far from over.
Nope, definitely not. maybe it is a curse after all. Now that they have started 9-3, they are building their bank back up, and they have forced out a very mixed buy coming out of this round. It is a 5-man Stinger rush. And, you know, like in Counter-Strike, where they buy 5 Tech 9s, you kind of can expect the same results right here. So they're going to bank on overwhelming the defense, the opposition. If they're able to destroy the Killjoy gadgets, that is what I'm assuming. Kaito has been the man of the hour from that previous round and looks to do the same thing overall. Flick on the receiving end of a paranoia. His hands to find refuge inside of the smoke. Bot actually will get coverage over to Kaito. We'll finally get first blood and second from the Stinger. And you'd know that this is working when they have the space and when they got the site overall.
The dangerous prospect for Team Finos here is they still have an opportunity. Seeker's, however, available. So too is a decent bit of offensive utility, where the defense just doesn't have all that much of a way in. 15 HP for back basically makes this the extent of the advantages for that defensive side, and maybe a gun or two, but that's nothing marginal in comparison. Faultline will go through, but nothing timed too well. Pookie Bear goes 1 for 1 as well, and it's down to just themselves. 1 versus 3. Turn to 1 versus 2, and they're on for the 4K. The problem is they still don't have all that much help. They have the turret, but as they reload the Stinger, they had to switch. They just didn't have the weaponry. You saw the Vandal just picked up. It had nothing in the chamber. Oyun, on to double digits. They finally stave off the comeback for the time being.
But it was a close round, so looking at their economy, at least predicting it so far, since the scoreboard doesn't really show that much, they could possibly still have the buy in hand, but it's not going to be the perfect buy, since a few members should require buying one, or at least the light shield on top of the buy. There you go. Just confirming my suspicions. Isolate, the only guy holding the full buy and at least the light shield in hand, while everybody else just picking up the rifle. At least one Odin, which is interesting to say the least. Triple dipping back on the C-site push, and the Flick is up for the showstopper again. And he's going to be primed up, ready to go. Doesn't go up towards the default position, so that kind of spells trouble. And with another shot through from Pookie Bear, that is just caught troublesome. Up for the cause. A 3 versus 2 in hand makes it a 1 versus 3. Well, the Jet in hand, the only guy to try to stop them in their tracks, is the only guy to get executed on site. The triple for Kaito seals the deal with the 7-10, and it is the reactiveness from Team Finos that becomes the difference maker in the round prior.
You know, I don't even have to see the scoreboard to tell you Kaito's pulling in work in the second half. Remember, 9-3 first half. They picked up 4 of 5 rounds in the second. And they're looking good out the gate. You have every ultimate except for your showstopper, and more importantly, you have some level of an advantage to move forward. Kaito individually, though, the holds on the C site are second to none, and you can see Oyun prepping for an A-site take, but Finos is reading it. Whoever's making the calls in the realm of Finos is doing something right here in the second map. They are making up for Ascent because they need to if they want to stay alive here in the Dubai Police Esports tournament.
Yeah, the grand finals at the very least. Already holding their nerve, seeing if they can stave off any aggressive positioning over at Rubble. Now's the time for them to take aggressive space, as they already got Banger out of the map, and that was just a beautiful shot yet again. Crosshair plays with inch. What a flick onto views! What is that shot? From the Bladestorm, Sigmunder is hunting for more as he wants to take Link, and he whips every single knife, but that doesn't matter. They got the space, they got B, and they're looking to strike back against Team Finos. The comeback doesn't matter, doesn't exist, at least now that it is a 1v5.
Kaito just walked through a smoke while 5 people were looking at them. That's not how you live in a 2 versus 5. Pookie Bear, they have been very, very good in the second half. They are not that good. It's a thrifty round, mostly off the back of the Bladestorm from Sigmunder. And what are these first 2 shots? I cannot exaggerate how insane this first swing is. Yeah, cool, nice first shot. That pales in comparison to the follow-up. As he finds it on a fadeaway, he looks like prime Kobe.
Woo! That was just insane. All the way from downtown. And considering that they had some semblance of Rubble control, that Jet did not have the business to actually take those first 2 frags, but he did with conviction. Yet again, back on controlling that Rubble position with just 1 smoke. I actually don't like this if they're all on the defensive side, because then that gives them the window to swing around that Rubble position, give them a bit of breathing room before they can reconvene on a main. But since Banger is the only guy here, it's understandably so that he needs to play passively, but that also gives the window for them to open up the tree position. Sigmunder dashes in towards the smoke and finds Banger, but it is the Breach that gets himself the first blood. Flick, on the other hand, has the 1-for-1, enough to take the space, and well, already got themselves the spike plant, unless the paranoia delays the inevitable.
Watch the thrash. It'll find. That'll deny that spike plant and find the missile, its target. But a 1 versus 2 from the 1v3. Pookie Bear, good night! What is that from back? If that's the way to go in a match in series point, I don't know a better way to put yourself one away from the championship itself.
Well, my goodness, that fadeaway shot yet again, and now one tap all the way from that tree position has to be as disgusting.
Goodbye.
That should be in a highlight reel. This should have been in the montage. It's well aware that this team Oyun is just a different beast compared to everyone in the bracket right here, and even in the grand finals, they're compiling all of these plays, putting on a clinic, and against Team Phenos, this is done and dusted.
One away from a lockdown. They've got from the shadows, but that's fairly inconsequential, barring a spike being out in the open. Albeit it is the reason that Oyun did win 13-0, one of them, that they had from the shadows for a 2 versus 2. So something to keep in mind. It is still a very viable ultimate and has its niches just as everybody else. But, it alone will not decide this round. 4 members all walking up A, and not a soul has been seen in the process. The swing looking for either direction of A, both all being held from a very hesitant backside of the site, and Views is playing with a judge in the process. They've helped from behind, but Banger dispatched up early. Sigmunder looking for a second, drops down, looks for the quick scope, but has help from behind. This may very well close it. A second no scope is unsuccessful for Sigmunder, but they have support from behind, and Mind is everything. Isolid will close as they open to the semifinals. Oyun go up 2-0 and will take the Dubai Police Esports Tournament.
And with that, they have won 15,000 dirhams in the process. Congratulations to Oyun. They have proven their worth all throughout the semifinals bracket. And here in the grand finals, they're here to dominate. Well done. And you can give all the props that you want to both of these teams, but man, Oyun were a different level, a different slate up to their competition.
Yeah, and shout out to our observers as well. I know we've been talking about our production staff, the event itself, but some of those angles, the collat, the way we took C in so many different ways back on Lotus, appreciation across the board. We'll get into the appreciations in just a little bit, but I mean, shout out where shout outs due. We saw Team Oyun earlier. I said I may have to retract my statement. I'm happy I didn't officially do so. Because, yeah, that was a statement by Team Oyun. Remember, Team Phenos played Shaheen Phoenix, and it didn't even look close. And this game ended a collective 26-7. And it didn't even look that close. Ascent a 13-0. Lotus, a few mistakes in the second half, but mostly nullified. Honestly, an extremely good closeout to an amazing tournament on both fronts.
If I have an MVP right here, it'd have to be mine all throughout.
Oh, easily.
My goodness, mine has been so consistent on the Omen. The Omen main, for across all their series, has shown that he is here to play, and if we're going to be seeing him on the next Dubai Police Esports Tournament, then my goodness, he is a player to watch out for, man. Good God, Oyun have shown a lot of promise all throughout, and well, they have developed into a team that doesn't face off Team Falcons anymore, so that gives them the running seat on as the champions for the whole Dubai Police Esports Tournament. And well, it unfortunately calls for the close here for the whole tournament as a whole. Before we close anything out, any final thoughts? Time to light?
Massive appreciations across the board, not only to our sponsors ESOD, XFX, and Zoe by BenQ, but also to the tournament organizers as a whole, 404 Esports, Dubai Police Esports. The fact that we can run tournaments like this for organizations like this across the board is amazing in the esports scene, and honestly, shout out to the teams. A lot of different play styles brought. Unfortunately, still I had to see Ascent, but all in all, not for very long, so it's not the end of the world. I'm okay at the end of the day. And appreciations between not only Counter-Strike 2, but Valorant as well. We saw the best of both tactical first-person shooters, and I make the joke when I'm on either broadcast, oh, it's the better of the two. They both very much have their space in the world, and we saw that this weekend. So an amazing closeout to what was an astounding tournament. Team Acme, they take the Counter-Strike 2 championship, and here, I think a very deserving victory at the end of the day for Team Oyun. Their semifinal, that was a statement. Their final, that was an exclamation point, and a very well-deserved 2-0 victory.
Well, will they have a sequel? That is what we're going to find out when we announce our next Dubai Police Esports tournament. So be sure to check out all of our socials over at Dubai Police Esports. We're over at Instagram, Facebook, as well as Twitter, to provide you all the updates on our upcoming events, as well as, any more quick updates about the Dubai Police, just to provide all the support for the Dubai citizens all throughout the UAE. So thank you so much for dropping by the stream. Again, this is me, Ramon, with me, Time to Light. This was our first time tandeming together. And if you like us together, then be sure to give us a shout out over at our socials. It is I believe DanTTL over at Twitter. Me, Ramon Cast over at Twitter as well. And it has been a beautiful 2 days of beautiful FPS, both at CS2 and Valorant. But we have to bid adieu, as this has been the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. We'll see you next time on the next episode. Be sure to stick around, because we have some really cool ads and a really good, nice way to close the stream off. Congratulations to all the teams. Thank you so much for dropping by.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Oh no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع. أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع. حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب.
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعارا للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.